Everyone, welcome to Fund and Find Real Estate Secrets Live. Some familiar faces. I see Tracy. Hi, Anna Marie, Bruce, and Sue. Great to see you, Grant. Oh, we got a lot of great people here. I can see all my VIPs on my screen right now. If you're a VIP, we can see you. We can see you in the chat up here. And if you're not in the VIP group and you're watching us on one of the streaming services, welcome. You're going to get a lot of love. Everyone's going to get a lot of love today. If you've been here before, and about 65% of you have been to an event with myself or Scott before, you know that we're here to deliver. We're here to make sure that you get actionable next steps and that you start to understand a little bit more. Every single time you're with us, you understand what's going on in this market a little bit more. So welcome, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Michael Sarracini. I am the CEO and co-founder of Keyspire. We've been educating real estate investors for over 15 years from all across Canada and the US. Scott McGillivray and I started Keyspire when we saw a need in the marketplace to really educate and coach real estate investors with the strategies and the tactics on what's going to get them to that next level. And we're always here and we're always improving. We've been doing this for a while and we will be here for a while. So if you're brand new to Keyspire, welcome. You're going to have a great day. We've got about 4 hours here together, about a half a day. And I got to tell you, the speaker lineup that we've curated today is absolutely amazing. We've got a group of people here that are going to cover all the different facets of funding and finding real estate. And I promise you will leave with more clarity than you have right now at this moment. So make sure that you are here, you are paying attention, and I'm going to give you some ways that you can do that in a moment. I want to start with why we're doing this event. We decided to do this event as I'm going to say a little bit of a follow-up from the last event we did. We did a big event on January 17th, just a few months ago, called the New Real Estate Advantage. And we had over 5,000 people at that event. Absolutely amazing. And 10, 15,000 when you look at how many people may have watched it afterwards. And the progress that investors made after that event was so refreshing to see in this day and age and in this market and in this time of uncertainty that we took all of the feedback, all of the data that we collected from the attendees of those events. And we said, they all said, okay, this is great. They started moving forward. And they said, now here's where I'm getting stuck. Keyspire, can you help us? And here we are to help. The place they were getting stuck is how to fund and how to find properties. So the last event, we saw the big picture. We saw the belief in how 2026 is a game changer in real estate, how this market is a unique market that we haven't seen in over a decade, and we might not see this opportunity in another decade. Now, today at this event, we're going to take it to the next level. And we're going to say, now that you have that belief, now that you know that real estate must be a part of your future finance, your future lifestyle, let's talk about how we do it a little bit more. Let's talk about funding and finding properties. And so we decided to put on this event. We have over 6,000 people registered for this event right now. In our pre-show, I was just talking to the team about how significant that is. Like 6,000 people is an arena full of people. It is massive, the amount of people that are interested right now. The amount of people in the Canadian real estate market that believe or even want to believe. If you think about where you are now, either you believe real estate is going to be a big part of your future, is a very important part of your future, or you want to believe and you're here because you do believe deep down inside, but something is stopping you. So we're going to help shatter any of the false beliefs you have today, and we're going to put tactical things in place. And for all 6,000 of you, I want to say thank you. Thank you for believing in Keyspire. Thank you for choosing us to spend your day with, for choosing us to spend your valuable time. And I promise we've worked really hard to make it well worth the investment in the time that you're going to put into today. That's our goal, is to always get you an ROI and an ROT, return on investment and return on time. Just a couple of housekeeping items. We've got free gifts for you. So whether you are a Keyspire coaching client or member for the last 10 years, or you're here and it's absolutely free to be here, no matter where you sit, we've got free gifts for everybody. I'm going to do the very last session of our day. I'm going to do capital stacking. And in that session, I'm going to give you our 2 free gifts. Number 1 is you're going to get the top 10 market industry report that our team has put together. That's right. These are the top 10 markets that the data is telling us right now where you can start looking. You're going to learn the framework in just a few moments here on how you can find a market at any point, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But if you want to know what's hot right now, you're going to get this report absolutely for free. I'm going to give it to you during my session right at the end of this event. The second thing you're going to get is how to profit in any stage of the market cycle. This is another very important report and system that we've created so that not only in today's market cycle, which is, I think we can all agree, we're right about here right now. The market has gone up and come down a little bit. Not only can you execute in today's market, but 6 months from now, a year from now, 6 years from now, you're going to know exactly what to do with this special report. So please, these reports are $50 to $60 each. You're going to get them absolutely for free just by sticking around. Look, at Keyspire, we reward action takers. We reward those of you that are willing to put in the time and the effort to improve your life. And here's another example of that. We're going to give you these 2 free gifts right at the end of our session of our event today. Absolutely amazing. I'm going to open I got my chat open here. Yeah, thank you, Peter. I got my chat open. I want to hear from you. If you're absolutely new to Keyspire, very first event, just write in there, hey, I'm new to Keyspire. This is all new to me. Put it in the chat. Let's see who's who. Marie, yeah. Hi, Marie. I can see you all. We read all the chat at the end. If you're absolutely new, please put it in the chat. If you're on YouTube or another streaming service, go ahead and put it in that chat. If you are a Keyspire member or coaching client, you're in our inner circle, or you've had a coach or have a coach, pop it in there. Yeah, I'm a member. Eric, yeah, I met you during COVID. Hi, Eric. Nice to meet you. Again, here we are again. If you are a Keyspire member or coaching client, just pop it in. I'm a member. Pop it right in the chat. We're reading the chat. And if you've been to the 3-day workshop, I mean, we've put thousands and thousands of Canadians investors through our amazing 3-day workshop. I'd love to hear from you. So just open your chat. Let's get involved. Let's get the blood flowing and make sure that we are all working here together. Because we are here. We are a group of people out of the 45 million or so people in Canada. We are the group of 6,000 people that do believe in real estate, that do understand this is an important part of our future. Or like I said earlier, or you want to believe and you're here to say, guys, show me the way so I can believe, because I know this is important. You might be seeing people all around you that have got wealthy with real estate over the last 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years. Some of you have purchased properties in the past and they've made money, and now you want to do more of that. Some of you have purchased properties in the past and they haven't done well, and you're a little bit afraid that's going to happen again. And I can tell you, real estate is the kind of thing where if you just try and stumble and guess your way through, you're going to have the highest amount of risk of something not good happening. And so one of the reasons Scott and I put this organization together is so you don't have to guess, you don't have to stumble your way through. And so your risk of your next income property is as low as possible when you follow a proven system. It's not zero. Risk is never zero. This is life. This is the world. But our goal here is to help you follow a system step by step so that your risk is as low as possible and your return is as high as possible, which is really the goal that we all want when we're investing. Yeah, excellent. I'm just seeing all the chat. Hello, everyone. Great to see you. I sent you some pre-training videos that I just quickly want to recap because they're really important points about where we are right now in real estate. Right now is the time where people are pausing. People are scared. People are uncertain. We got trade issues. We got Trump. We got tariffs. We got the economy. We got the inflation. We got all kinds of things happening. We've got headlines that are scaring us. If you've ever read the news lately, newspaper or the news on your phone, whatever you call that thing, if you've read the news, you know that most of the headlines are negative. That's by design. That is there intentionally. You got to think about it. News outlets, media outlets, their goal, their objective, they're measurable. How they get paid, how they get rewarded is to get your attention. Hey, let's get your attention. They don't get paid on how accurate the information is. They don't get paid on the type of strategies that they deliver. They don't get rewarded for helping people move through a certain process. No, they get rewarded to get your attention. And the best way to get your attention is to give you a negative headline. So if you are reading headlines and you are letting that influence your mindset, your psychology, I want you to know you're not alone, but I want you to know you don't have to think that way. You can have groups like ours that can really bring you the more real, tactical information. Groups like ours that are incentivized to give you the right systems and to see you be successful. When our coaching clients are successful, that's how Keyspire becomes successful. That's what success means to us. So we are incentivized to get people results. And what does results mean? Well, the very simplest, the results mean is your life is better off after investing with real estate than it was before. Our mission at Keyspire is to help people live the life they love. And we do that by starting with active income. How do we get an income property? How do we flip it to yourself? And then we move into passive income. How you can have that be managed by somebody so there's no phone calls to answer about toilets on Saturday night in the middle of the night, which, by the way, is a horror story everybody tells me, but it very rarely happens like that, plays out like that. But we want to shift you from active into passive. Some of you are already in the passive world or already ready, and we're going to get you right into where that starts. And then we shift into portfolio income, and we look at what does a portfolio look like between my active work I'm going to do, whether it's your job or full-time real estate, the passive real estate I have, my income properties that are rented out and properly managed, and then the portfolio income I have. The type of income and wealth growth that comes with fully managed services. So at Keyspire, we help educate you on all those steps of the ways. We are not realtors. We are not brokers. We are not motivated in that way. We are motivated as your consultants. We are here to help you make the right decisions. That's what we do here at Keyspire. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen right now. And we are going to get started. And in a moment, I am going to have your first speaker up here, which is very exciting. Let's see if I got the right thing going on. All right. Here we are. Find and Fund Secrets live. This is absolutely live, so you never know what's going to happen. This is how everyday Canadians are closing profitable investment deals. We are going to focus on funding. All right. There's so many things we could talk about in real estate, but we're specifically going to focus on funding deals. What does that look like? And then we are going to focus on finding. Typically, we do these separately in about 2 hours, so we decided to put them together and do them in 4 hours so that you get all of it. Our speakers today, in a moment, I'm going to have Scott McGillivray up here, the co-founder of Keyspire and the host of some of the longest-running investment television shows in history. We are going to have Jazz up here after that. Jazz and I are going to talk about creating a deal pipeline for you. How do you create a revenue engine, a deal engine, so that you always have investments to select? You always have investments coming in. Really powerful conversation. And then I'm going to bring up the Thornhill sisters. Thornhill sisters are actual Keyspire members, just like you. They started with us a few years ago, and they're going to talk through where they have had success in real estate investing. But more importantly, they're going to talk about where they have gotten to pitfalls, where they've hit barriers. Because at Keyspire, this is all, we're not just all, rah, rah, this is going to be amazing. Everything is going to be roses and unicorns. No, we are here to show you what could go wrong so that you have the best possible chance of avoiding it. So the Thornhill sisters are going to come up here and they're going to show us some of the problems they had and then how they use the Keyspire systems to overcome them. So if you're here thinking about, hey, is this going to work for me? We have people here that were sitting right where you were sitting just not too long ago. And then I'm going to pull up one of our success coaches. Anne-Marie is going to be here. She has over 5,000 coaching hours. So she knows exactly what you're going through. And she's going to do a session to help you with those next steps, the way she helps clients every single day. And then I'm going to bring up Stephen Libman. He is our 3-day workshop speaker. He has been training at the 3-day workshop thousands and thousands of people over the last decade and absolutely amazing reviews. He's going to come on. He's going to give you a little bit of taste of what you learn at our 3-day workshop. And then Scott's going to come back on and he's going to talk about the funding programs that are out there. Raise your hand if you like free money from the government. I know I do. When you put free money from the government in your ROI, you end up getting a lot better return on investment because it's somebody else's money. And then I'm going to close out our day by really showing you other people's money and how that works. I'm going to show you the 5 funding building blocks that you must know. Do not leave this session without knowing the 5 building blocks. And I'm going to even show you how you can capital stack these building blocks to make unlimited deals. So if you're worried about funding, we are going to show you exactly what that looks like. We're going to show you finding. It's going to be absolutely amazing. This is what we got on the agenda today. I got to tell you, this group of speakers, I don't think we've ever curated this many speakers in one place to deliver this type of value. I'm super excited. Thank you, those of you that filled out the entrance survey. We used the entrance survey in order to design today for you. And we were finishing the slide deck up until about an hour ago because we wanted to make sure that we had the most up-to-date answers for you. Here's what you guys want to know, and here's what we're going to show you. How do I find a profitable property? All right. How do I find the market? You know, how do I find a profitable property? Where do I get the money? The bank says no. Where do I get the money? How do I even buy a property? And I think most importantly, what you're asking for and what we know you need after being in this for 15 years is confidence to get started. You need the confidence to get started. Like anything, if you're not confident, you're not going to do it. I can tell you something. There's a million things that I'm not confident in. I'm confident in real estate, so I know I could go out there tomorrow and do it. But I'm not confident in dentistry, in root canal. I couldn't do that. I'm not confident. Why? Because I've never been trained. But if you have somebody that's been trained, they're going to be pretty confident. So I'm here to tell you that if you don't have confidence, it is not you. It is just that you have not been trained on a step-by-step system to make it happen. That is all it is. You can be confident in anything in life if you are just shown step-by-step how it works. And we have something at Keyspire that we've developed over the last few years, and I'm going to show you what that looks like. Here's what you're telling us is stopping you. So if you resonate with any of these points, do not miss what's going on today. Do not miss any sessions because this is what we've designed. Number one, if you're not knowing where to buy or what to buy, you're in the right place. Number two, if you have want to understand capital and financing, you're in the right place. Some of you might not know the difference between capital and financing or how they're related. You're going to see how they're completely intertwined. Number three, lack of knowledge, a clear path. All right, how do I do this? What do I do next? There is so many opportunities. Do I just go drive down the street and look for a for sale sign? So we're going to show you a clear path. This is what's stopping you. What else is stopping you? Building the right team. So how do I know what realtor to work with, what mortgage broker, how to get partners, what partners I should work with? What does that team even look like? We're going to help you. And the number one thing that you're saying is stopping you. Everything before this is just technical. You could learn everything before this. You know, it's just step by step. But the number one thing stopping you is fear and uncertainty. You all want to avoid reckless risk. Am I right? It's risk. It's the uncertainty. It's the losing that is the biggest fear, the biggest thing that's stopping you. It's so much easier to put our money into the stock market, give it to the bank or a financial advisor, and have them do everything and make our 3% or 5% or 8% or minus 17, depending on the year, because that feels less risky. And it's only because you don't know the step-by-step of your other options. So we're here to completely destroy that fear, completely erase that uncertainty, and really help you understand clarity looking forward. That's our goal today. As a company at Keyspire, we do this at the big scale. We have free events like this. We've got our YouTube channel. By the way, if you are here, subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you do anything, just go to the YouTube channel, Keyspire, and just subscribe. That way you're going to get notifications. You're going to get our videos. It's all going to be for free on the YouTube channel. That's the free information that we dedicate ourselves to giving to the world. We also do education. We have a 3-day workshop that's absolutely amazing. I've asked Scott to tell you about it. We have 2 new dates that are coming up that nobody knows about but you. So you're going to hear about our first 2 dates. They always fill up. So the people that are here are going to be rewarded. You're going to be rewarded by getting our free reports, and you're going to be rewarded by getting the free crack at our 3-day workshop. So everyone here is going to be rewarded. We also do coaching. We've been coaching real estate investors, private one-on-one coaching. You're going to meet one of our coaches today, so that if you need somebody to talk to that you really want to talk through a situation one-on-one, we do that private real estate coaching as well. So we do all these things at Keyspire, all kinds of stuff. We have courses on raising private money. You're going to see a little bit of that course today, but know that there is a full system, more than we can cover in just 4 hours. All right. This is about putting those next steps in place that you told us. The biggest thing that we do, the spine of how we teach you, is where Scott and I started 26 years ago as broke university students. I'll tell you that story later, but we do the income property system called the Keyspire Results Roadmap. There's 5 steps we bring our investors on. How to fund, how to fund properties. So where are you going to get the money? How to find properties. How do you buy them? Transaction, negotiation, what's a double offer, what's a backup offer. Those are the things that we teach you in the buy stage. How to add value. You see Scott do this on the show every single day. #1 show on TV, how to add value. We're going to show you the exact checklist on what to look for. Should I have granite countertops or laminate countertops? How do we add value? And then, of course, how do we get paid? There's three main ways you get paid, and our results roadmap shows you exactly which of those three ways you're going to get paid in every deal. So we try to make things simple for you. We've got the system, we've got the results roadmap, and that's what we're going to start walking through today. So with that being said, we got today's objectives. We wrote this down. By the end of today, if you stay the entire day, okay, so you can take a little washroom break. We're taking no breaks. We're going straight through. But if you have to take a little washroom break, grab some water, that's fine. But at the end of the day, if you stay, not only are you going to get the free reports, the special reports for free, not only are you going to get the rewarded by the first crack of the workshop dates, but you are also going to be able to answer these questions. I now see my funding options. You're going to be way clearer. I know how to focus on a local market. So I know exactly how to hone in on a local market, and I understand my next step. We're going to completely remove all risk for you today, and we're going to show you exactly what that looks like. So speaking of focus on the local market, let's start there. I want to introduce Scott McGillivray, host of Income Property, host of Scott's Vacation House Rules, on every TV show on Home Network, HGTV Network. Can't get enough of this guy on TV. Why? Because he's not just a celebrity. He is a tactician. He is a practitioner. He is every single day. When I do a screen share with Scott, he's got realtor.ca opened up on every tab, going through the Keyspire results roadmap, going through this system he's about to show you, and he goes through it every single day by himself. So when he's talking to you, I need you to know that this isn't just a TV show and it's not entertainment. This is education, and this is a real system you won't get anywhere else. Scott McGillivray needs no more introduction. Hey, Scott, welcome.
Good morning, Michael. Thanks for the nice big intro there. I appreciate that.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Scott. Scott, I'm going to turn him over to you. I think you heard the expectation I set for us today. We've got a high bar, but I know we've done this for over 15 years with investors, so I know that we're going to completely smash it, and I can't wait to hear what you're going to say.
All right, appreciate it. We'll see you soon,
Over to
Michael.
you.
Thank you. That's a great intro. You guys are fortunate to hear from Michael. He will be coming up again after me. He's got a lot to teach. He's a bit of a secret weapon in the real estate world. If you haven't seen him before, if this is your first time meeting Michael, him and I have been working together since we were in university together, so pretty much late teenagers. And we've built the real estate careers together. And one of the big things that we remember when we started was how hard it was to find good guidance, information, and education on how real estate investing really works. Like, not just the sizzle, give us the steak as well. We want the whole thing. And we were so frustrated with our, challenges of trying to find good content, especially Canadian content that works here at home, that we just started to build our own inventory of things that we had been learning. The first three properties, we learned so much. And then by the time we got to 25 properties, we still felt like we needed more information. And now, thousands of properties and renovations later, we want to make sure that there's an outlet for aspiring real estate investors to get the shortcuts, to get the clear path forward that was missing for us when we got started. Because we did waste a lot of time and energy using trial and error. That's not why you're here today. You're here so that you don't have to make the same mistakes that we did. And I hope that with the content we present you today, you'll see that there is a path for you to do this. Is it easy? No. But have we made it simple? I believe so. It's a simple process to follow. And there's more. There's always more. We'll give you as much as we can in this short period of time. And as I said, Michael will be back. You may have had experience with myself if you've ever watched shows on HGTV or Home Network. I've been doing shows about real estate investing for almost 20 years now, as year 19, and still going. I mean, you're here with me live today, and then tomorrow you can watch Renovation Resort. You might just want to fast forward the parts where Brian Baumler's talking because he doesn't say anything that anybody wants to hear anyway. And then when you get back to my parts, just play it at real time. Uh, and then on top of that, on Monday, we're launching Rock the Block, which is a show that I just finished in Vegas. So you're here with me today. You've got Renovation Resort tomorrow night, Rock the Block Monday night, and then hopefully I'm going to see most of you, or even all of you, at our next workshop where we'll go really in depth. Today is high level overview. You're probably going to have some questions. That's normal. Write them down. If you don't understand something, that's normal as well. If this is your first time in the real estate space, but it's good. We want you to be curious. We want you to be hungry for have an appetite for more of this because the more you get into real estate, the more you realize how exciting it is, how many opportunities there are, and unfortunately, you're going to realize how there's such a lack of curriculum in the Canadian marketplace for financial literacy and for preparing you to make huge decisions like the largest financial decision you'll ever make, whether it's your primary residence or an investment property or trying to help your kids buy a property. These are the types of things you need to know to have a competitive advantage. Because if you can't get ahead in real estate, you are going to start way behind the eight ball. And that is the most frustrating thing for me. One of my biggest motivators is I hear the stories of people who have struggled to get ahead and have worked probably harder than they should. And they feel frustrated and left behind. So I'm going to cut straight to the content and tell you the things that maybe you don't already know, or that you've missed, or that might just be totally new because I don't know anyone else that's doing half of these things. And I don't want you to think that, I don't want you to look at myself or Michael or some of the other successful real estate investors you're going to hear from today and say, well, they're different than me. They had some sort of advantage. That's not true. Everyone you will hear from today, Michael and myself included, started with no background in real estate, no family members helping us in real estate. I didn't even go to school for an education in real estate. So, no matter where you're coming from, the key here is to channel your frustration, your financial frustrations, into doing something about it and setting some goals. So, I'm going to share with you my presentation. And then if you have questions, you can throw them in the chat or write them down, and hopefully we can get to them later. Because I want you to dive into this as deep as you can. Okay. So the first part of my curriculum is really about where are these where are these great investment properties that everyone's talking about? How do I find these things? Like, is it next door? Is it in another province? Is it in a different city? The reality is there are great investment properties everywhere. I don't think I've been to a single province or state where I haven't been able to get myself a good cash flowing property. And it's not that I'm using any type of magic. I've just spent time to educate myself to give me a competitive advantage in the marketplace. And now I am going to give that to you. So the first thing to identify profitable markets is to understand why we want to be in a profitable market. A profitable market means there are different things that are going to allow you to make money, whether it's rental rates are higher than financing rates, so you've got cash flow, or there's a reasonable expectation that there's going to be passive appreciation, that's market growth in a certain area. And it can be hyper local. So, you can be in Edmonton and you can be, 1 kilometer this way and 1 kilometer that way. And I will absolutely say, do not buy anything over here. Buy 5 properties over here. It can be that hyper local. And here are the elements that you need to start thinking about if you want to be able to take this approach and be super tactical with your investing strategies. First thing I like to do is I like to look at international airports. I have recognized that if you look at the long-term growth and appreciation of real estate markets, typically if you're within approximately an hour or an hour and a half of an international airport, you not only can rely on local market factors, but international market factors as well. This is extremely important in the Canadian market, especially because we have a limited number of international airports. And the majority of the pressure on the economy in a positive way comes from immigration and transportation. So always try to identify, you don't want to be too far from an international airport. Another one, look for places that have post-secondary education institutions. These are colleges, universities. These are huge drivers of migration. And it creates a rental base. You know, if you look at a university town like Kingston, right, or London, Ontario, these are the types of towns where every single year you have thousands of new potential tenants, an opportunity to start over. We know that they typically come with an expectation to pay a certain amount of rent. And God forbid you're not a great landlord your first time around, you always have a fresh batch of new tenants next year to try again. Um, it also allows you to have access to the student rental market, which by far has been the most profitable segment of the real estate investing space that I have ever invested in. It's also the most work, so I will preface it with that. We're managing tenants who are students, there's more hands-on work to be done, but the margins are spectacular when done properly. We also know that when folks come to an area where they're getting their post-secondary education, they typically have an attachment to those towns. And a lot of people will meet a significant partner and they may end up living there or close to there, or their kids will come back. So there is an economy that comes with post-secondary education institutions. And again, this is a bit of a hack. This doesn't mean these are the only things you need to do. I'm just giving you a couple tips if you're not sure where to start. Hospitals. Here's another one you want to consider. Being within 15 minutes of a hospital is a huge downside protection against valuations in certain markets, especially when there's new hospitals or hospital expansions going on. You'll see that within 15 minutes of there, it's really hard for properties to depreciate because with the aging population, with baby boomers especially, they hold the largest amount of wealth that this world has ever seen. And when you are not feeling great or you're aging and you need more attention and you don't want to be more than maybe 15 or 20 minutes from a hospital. So we do find that the aging population tends to move themselves in an area that's got all the services that they're looking for. And with that comes a tremendous amount of buying power, which puts pressure on those local markets. It's hard to find affordable housing in these types of areas. I'm going to get a little more granular after this next one. Employment rate has one of the highest correlations to property values, right? When you are in a market where there is new jobs, new industry, you will immediately, and I'm not even talking about when those jobs start. I'm talking about when the announcement of those jobs start. You will see people buy the rumors, not the news. People start investing in communities where there's low unemployment rate. And sometimes it's obvious, like a new industry is coming to town, 1,500 new jobs. That can have a huge impact on a small community. And there's other times where you really just have to monitor the unemployment rate, really drill down. And what's great about using AI is these are simple questions. Everything I have here can be plugged into AI to help you hone in on these hot spots. Watching areas where the employment rate has been going down consistently for 4 to 5 years is a really good key indicator of where you should be focusing. This happened. I'm going to give you a big market example on this one. Approximately 10 years ago, as we were teaching all of these methods, and we were trying to hone in on some great spots, we recognized that for several years, the unemployment rate was going down significantly in Montreal for one of the first times in like 30 years. The unemployment rate was getting so low, it was below the national average, but housing prices hadn't moved yet. And as a company, we got together and we said, this is an impossible metric to ignore. We started running some big events in Montreal. I'm like, we need to let people know that there's a huge opportunity here. And we did. We started doing events in that space, letting people know. Over the next 7 years, there was massive appreciation in that market, massive appreciation because it's impossible for unemployment to go down without people investing in housing. So really good metric to keep an eye on. You do want to consider that, especially in Canada, there are really only a dozen primary markets across this country. When people immigrate to Canada, they don't have a lot of choices. There's like three major cities, and then there's like another nine large cities. Whereas, if you go to the United States, you've got 72 different large cities to pick from. So in Canada, if you want to be, very conservative about your investing, you want to make sure that, you're not taking too much of a risk. Stay within 2 hours of a primary market. This is a major strategy to protect against huge fluctuations. And an actual, if you want to become a bit of a specialist in this space, what I like to do is I like to focus on what I call sandwich communities, areas between two large markets, right? So if you've got, let's say, Toronto and Hamilton, everything in between there is going to have pressure, right? There's a lot of great options in the communities in between because you've got two cities that are growing significantly. I do this with Calgary and Edmonton as well, right? You've got two major markets, and there's not a lot of markets in between, right? There's a couple mid-sized towns. So you want to look at these sandwich communities, even smaller if possible, and that's where we typically see a lot of growth. On the path of future public transportation. Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how important this one is. This launched my career in real estate successfully. When Michael and I were looking for our first property when we were in university, we looked at dozens of homes, and we either anything that was close to the university, we couldn't afford because other investors had already picked them up long before us. Anything that was in, walking distance or even on the main bus line, forget it. Those those investors were 2 decades ahead of us. So we started looking at secondary bus lines, like two buses to campus or 25-minute walk. Not ideal, but this is where properties started to become much more affordable. And I'm talking like a 20% reduction in price point on a rental property, but very hard to rent, and your rental rates drop as well. I went to the city and I was going to ask for some information about putting in income suites and stuff. And interestingly enough, when I was standing at the desk, I noticed the town map at the back with all the public transportation lines on it, all the bus routes and everything. And I was looking at it, and I remember saying to the woman at the desk, I said, that map of Guelph, which is where I was, I said, that map of Guelph, I'm like, that's different than the bus maps that I have. And she said, we just put this up last week. This has all of next year's bus lines on it. And I'm staring at it. And I remember I said to her, I'm like, so you're telling me there's going to be the bus line on Gordon Street is going to add two new bus stops on the south end? She's like, yeah, they're going to start putting them in this summer. They'll be ready for September. I was like, well, 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 that's what I needed to know right there. Two new bus stops coming, which was extending the bus line into that area where properties were 20% lower than the ones that were already on the bus line. Same homes, same builder, same type of neighborhood. So immediately we went and found a property that was perfectly appropriate for a student rental, which we were also going to live in. We were able to secure it at a phenomenal price. And when the bus, we basically advertised it as on the bus route. and showed people the new bus line coming, got it rented in no time for a premium. And we did a 1 year term on our mortgage. The next year, when we refinanced our mortgage, we had equity. We had over $30,000 of equity in our property, which may not excite someone today, but I'm going to tell you right now, at 21 years old, when you have generated $31,000, $30,000 in 1 year in equity, that blew my mind. And then we were able to use that equity to buy our next two properties. So being using this strategy alone absolutely put kerosene on a business plan that we were formulating. And I've never seen anyone talk about this anywhere. And you might have your own strategy that you know something's coming up that you can put. This is the whole foundation of what I teach is don't try to buy the win. Put yourself in the path of progress, and the win will come to you. Buying the property before that market appreciated pushed that valuation. If we had waited 1 more year, we would have never been able to harness that new equity to expedite our business model. And these are the types of secrets and wins that are going to get you fired up right out of the gate so that you will not only avoid mistakes, but you're literally starting with a competitive advantage. We basically bought that house and we had instant equity of $30,000. In today's market, that instant equity would be worth over $100,000. So really important to pay attention to these things. Another metric that I watch for is price point to rent rate for cash flow opportunities. Uh, and again, this is not going to apply for absolutely every circumstance, but in general, it's easier to be a big fish in a small pond. I will tell you that. Trying to penetrate like a downtown Vancouver or downtown Halifax or downtown Toronto rental market, you're competing with people who aren't looking necessarily at affordability. Maybe they're just buying emotionally, right? Or because they have a job there. You want to ideally look at these peripheral markets, these secondary markets that are close to primary markets, where you'll see price points come down maybe 30, 40, 50%, but rental rates only drop 15 to 25%. So all of a sudden, you've got these consistent rental rates with much lower purchase prices. That's where the best cash flow is hiding in plain sight. So don't ever think you have to start in the biggest town and the busiest intersection. That's not necessarily where the best cash flow is. Some of our investors have done extremely well in remote areas in towns I've never even heard of, where they're like, I don't need to be close to an airport. I don't need a post-secondary education institution. I don't need to look at the unemployment rate. I just know that the rental rates versus the housing prices, they'll use this metric alone, and you can make a killing in some really interesting places. So I think the lesson here is, and I could go on all day. I mean, there's 100 different ways that I've done this. I just wanted to give you some of the low-hanging fruit to hopefully trigger in your mind, like, hey, I might know somewhere like that. And you might use one of these techniques, or you may use a combination of them. But this is the type of stuff that's a difference maker. It's the difference between a sophisticated investor can use something simple like this, and what I call a speculator, someone who's just guessing, and they're like just asking someone else, a family member, hey, where should I buy or what should I buy? And then hoping that it works. Hope is not a business plan. All right. Now, when you're looking at specific properties within these areas, you have to be able to identify if it's profitable or not. Just because there's a home that meets one of these criteria, now you have to drill down and analyze the specific properties, right? So, how do we create profitability on the properties that are within those markets? First thing you have to do is look at the potential for cash flow. Simple model. I mean, don't get intimidated with the math on this. It's not hard. Look at the total income that a property generates. Let's call that the rent minus all of the expenses. That is the taxes, the insurance, the maintenance, property management, and cost of financing. If you are making more money than all of your expenses, you have positive cash flow. Now you really want to pay attention to that property. At the same time, if you've identified one of those markets that I mentioned before, you will want to, in the future, continue to track the market growth, the passive appreciation that happens. You buy it for 500,000, is it worth 520,000 the next year? Well, that's another $20,000 opportunity on top of the cash flow that you're making. Principal recapture. Don't forget that if you have enough rental income coming in to cover not just the interest of the mortgage, but the principal payment as well, which is ideal, then your original purchase price is being paid down. You are regaining that equity with someone else paying it down. This is my favorite strategy. I always say, people are like, how much did you pay for your first? I'm like, you know what? At the end, I paid for nothing. My tenants have paid for all my properties. That's through principal recapture. And then you have this opportunity for active appreciation. If you are a little more aggressive with your strategy, if you have maybe a compatible skill in the real estate space, you've got an eye for design, you have a hookup with some materials, you're a contractor, you're a real estate agent, you're a real estate lawyer, you understand property management, you're good with people, then you now can add value to that property. You can maybe fix it up and take that $500,000 property to $550,000 with a $20,000 update, a paint job, and some hardware. So, is there a way for you to put 20, 30, or $40,000 into a property to add 50, 75, or $100,000 worth of value? This is a technique that speeds up your investing strategy because it creates more equity. And we'll talk later about why equity is so important. It is the self-propellant that allows you to grow your business model without needing more money. Because the biggest challenge people have is, where do I get the money? Well, when you do this right, you make the money to make the money. So, what are these? Before I show you what these four strategies look like together, I want to show you one more thing because this one's timely, and I just put this in my presentation this morning because it's impossible not to deny that I've been doing this. The last piece of the puzzle. Don't think you're going to find deals. You have to make them. The number one thing people say to me is like, "Hey, how did you get that property for so little?" Or "How did you buy that resort?" Like, I like how'd you get that resort for $2 million? And I'm like, well, it was listed for three and a half, right? It's the deal making. And sometimes as Canadians, we're a little bit shy to negotiate, but list price is just a suggestion. And in this market, that has never rang more true. The deals that are out there to be made are like some that I have never seen. And in order to become a professional buyer, you need to know how to do things like putting in a double offer. You need to know how to negotiate with terms. What kind of terms are you going to have in your offers, right? Are you going to be flexible with the condition of the property? Are there certain exclusions or inclusions that you're going to ask for? Flexible closing dates. As an investor, I'm very flexible. You want to close in 2 weeks? Do you want to close in 2 months? Do you want to close in 6 months? Offering these things, so far, everything that I'm saying here costs you nothing. It costs you nothing to be flexible on your closing days. It costs you nothing to negotiate on terms. It costs you nothing to negotiate on deal conditions. Like, you can start with condition of financing, condition of the sale of your own home, condition of inspection, right? You can negotiate on deals, and as you peel them back, typically you can ask for price reductions. So you need to understand how to negotiate on conditions. Deposit sizes, right? I've won bids by increasing my deposit size and versus another buyer who's actually offered more money. And a seller is like, you know what? I feel more comfortable having a larger deposit because less chance that deal's going to fall through. Some buyers will take a lower offer price with a higher deposit. And in the end, that costs you nothing extra. The deposit goes towards your purchase price. You're putting the money into the property anyway. So really like a bit of a psychological competitive advantage is what you're creating here. You're creating, the illusion of value without spending any more money. Putting in backup offers. People always think, oh, well, this deal's dead. The deal is never dead. Promise you the deal is never dead. In the last 2 months, I've probably had 20 to 30 deals that I offered on 6 months ago, a year ago. Realtors coming back saying, hey, we're now willing to entertain your offer, or are you interested in coming back to the table, or circumstances have changed. And so deals come back, they're never dead. I do a lot of backup offers. And if you don't know what that is, then you need to do some homework here. We have the answers. We could, I do a whole session on backup offers. One of my favorite things. Again, this is a great way of getting discounted properties and concessions. We're in a market where concessions are a real thing, right? Once you go through the whole purchasing process, sitting back down and renegotiating before closing, that's a real thing. And you need to understand how to do that professionally so that you're not violating any rules. You're just being honest and making sure that you are only paying for what you are asking for, not overpaying. And if you do this right, if you do understand how to become a professional buyer, which doesn't take a lot because there is nothing in the Canadian marketplace that teaches people how to be a professional buyer. And that responsibility falls on you and you alone. Because the only person interested in acquiring properties for the least amount of investment is you. There's no one else that wins from this. No one else in the deal, not the seller, not the realtor, you. So this is your job, is to understand how to become a professional buyer. And you can do that in probably an hour and a half. You can learn how to do all these things. They're very simple, but no one else is teaching them. So I wanted to put that out there because we're in a buyer's market, and it is not common that we're in a buyer's market. In the last 25 years, probably 4 or 5 out of the last 20 to 25 years have been buyer's markets, right? Which means 3/4 of the time it's a seller's market. And when the next seller's market shows up, all of these things are going to be harder. That's why I put this in today, because I'm like, this is time sensitive information. How does this all fit together for a plan for you? I put this into what I call the $1 million plan. You might have a goal of making $100,000. You might have a goal of making $1 million. You might have a goal of making $10 million. No matter what your plan is, the structure needs to resemble what I'm showing you today, which means you need a multitude, at least 4 here. I've given you 4 strategies to create profitability with your plan. You need properties that have active appreciation opportunities, that have passive appreciation opportunities, that generate principal recapture and positive cash flow. You could layer on there being a professional buyer and gain what I call instant equity, right? I'm buying properties that are listed for $1 million. They're appraised at $850,000, and I'm buying them at $750,000. So I'm already starting with $100,000 of built-in equity, and then I'm getting positive cash flow, and then I'm getting principal recapture, and then I'm getting passive appreciation and active appreciation on top of it. So when you start layering, your goal timeline shrinks. You might have a 10-year plan. You could condense this into a 5-year plan if you really put your energy into it. You could maybe even condense it into a 3 or 4-year plan. But for me, I like to map things out at 10 years because I feel like that's worst case scenario. And then I work really hard to make it happen in half the amount of time. So this whole session I'm giving you is about planning, right? And how to get to your goals, right? If you fail to plan, then you've planned to fail. And if we can help you put even just a small plan together that meets your goals, then tomorrow you're on the path to success, which is probably the best gift anyone could give you. So how do we get some of these essential tactics together? And I don't want to overwhelm anyone, but there are a lot of things that you will learn in your real estate investing journey. Building an expert team, you're not going to do this alone. How to get access to capital. Where do I finance all these properties? Because you don't want to tap into all your savings. You don't want to tap into all your money. The best thing about real estate is that it's leverageable, right? Legal and tax structure. There's ways to put together your portfolio that give you another competitive advantage. Most people pay income tax their whole lives. That's a terrible way to try to generate wealth because the tax rates in Canada are way too high. You want to be you want to be after capital gains tax, which is at tax at half your income tax rate. The liberals tried to change that last year. That fell apart, so that's still a great technique, which is great. You want to be able to analyze deals quickly, right? You want to build a portfolio. So you get your first, when do I get my second? When do I get my third? Investing versus speculating. When I buy a property, I have a one sheet that gives me all my metrics versus someone else will come in and be like, I think I like it, or maybe it's good. They're doomed. Mistakes at calculating cash flow you must avoid. I always like to say, under promise, over deliver. I take the same approach with my properties. I go in super skeptical. I'm like, what if it doesn't even appreciate? What if the rent doesn't go up, right? What if financing costs go up? I put in all my worst case scenarios. And then if I'm still making money, I feel really good about what I'm doing. Remote property management, right? Especially if you're going to be buying more than 2 hours from where you live, how to work with property managers. Deal structuring, 5 ways to fund your purchase, your real estate purchase. And I'm going to talk about funding a little later, so I'll get into some more on that. Ownership structure. Do you buy it personally? Do you buy it under a company? Do you buy it as a joint venture? It's a lot. I get it, which is why I want to show you the simple way. I said I would try to make things simple. The simple way to going from where you are now to feeling pretty confident about what you're doing and implementing these techniques for your own financial benefit. It's all about information, which is where you are right now. And as you gather this information, think of today as your pre-qualifier. As we go through these sessions, you are pre-qualifying yourself. You are finding out enough information to see when you should take those next steps. And as you are pre-qualified, you do get rewarded. You're going to look at things differently. Michael's got a ton of stuff that we're going to send you at the end of today. He said we were going to give you a first look opportunity at some of the programs that we have. And of course we will. And we know that when you come to a session like today, your likelihood of success increases exponentially. So it's our goal to continue that momentum so that today is the beginning of what you do and not just something you did once upon a time. That journey from curious to serious investor. A serious investor is someone who's making money in real estate. It's a 3-step process. Today, then some education, and then putting that into an action plan. As Michael said, success in real estate requires some accountability, right? You want to be able to take advantage of identifying profitable markets, learning how to get access to capital. I kind of went through some of these things. Do you want to be able to check off all these boxes in the next 30 days? Would it be helpful if you could put a check mark behind all of these boxes and say, I have now learned how to do all of these things? Yes. Take a picture of the screen, take a screen grab, do whatever you need to do to make sure that you're in a position to be able to say yes to all of these things. Because if you can do that, then you are ahead of 95% of the population. Michael mentioned the workshop. I do want to show you what tomorrow looks like, right? We're working on this today. Today is our information session. Let's talk about what we could do if we exponentially delivered more information. Like today is 4 hours. What if we did 3 days? We could do it fully online, same way we're doing it now, still live. 10 from where you are. You're in your living room, great. If you can focus, if you're still listening, then you're already capable of doing this. Question and answer. right? And this is live. Type in your question, get an answer. So there's no holdbacks, there's no hiccups along the way. Live interaction. Learn these concepts and tools that we teach here at Keyspire that aren't in any other curriculum across this country. If we could do all that, right? If we could get all these boxes ticked off for you, if we could deliver this type of training, if this, let's say this type of information and education could save you $50,000 on your next purchase because you became a professional buyer, would that be worth it to you? Would it be worth it to spend 3 days to be able to save 50 grand on your first deal? I think you'd feel pretty good. I see some people nodding yes, right? What if you could spend 3 days and speed up your retirement by 2 years or 5 years? What if you could retire 2 to 5 years earlier? Would that be worth spending 3 days to you? You got to ask yourself this, right? What if you could generate another 25, 35, or $45,000 a year in cash flow or equity growth? Would that make a difference in your future? Right? You can look at that graph, add that money up between now and the time you might retire or the time you might need it. Is that going to make it easier to retire? Is it going to make it easier for you to do the things you want to do? You've got to start asking yourself these things now, because in my experience, we can show you every practical technique that exists in the marketplace. Everything that makes sense is here. There's nothing here, it's all math. It's indisputable. But you have to decide what is the driver that is going to keep you committed to making it happen. And our job is to be able to deliver on that. Is it 3 days? Is it 5 days? Is it 30 days? Right? What's going to make it worth it to you? Because we have a 3 day virtual real estate workshop. It's been proven over and over again. We've been refining it for 15 years now. I've been doing I took it across the country. We've been doing it virtually. And we've been able to put everything together for under $2,000. 3 days of education for under $2,000. That really is an incredible feat in itself. And this is what we did for 10 years. $2,000 got you your 3 day workshop, and tremendous results. You're going to hear from some people who have been through these events and it's changed their lives completely. And what have we learned along the way? We've learned along the way that there's other amplifiers that we can put together to ensure that people's success rate goes up. And one of those is having a one-on-one strategist. Think of this as like a mentor or a personal coach, someone who can look at your personal situation and help identify and design your starting point. Some of you are already in retirement and just thinking, how am I going to make my retirement even better? Some of you are busy. You got young kids. You might be starting from a different starting point. We get a lot of people who have been through some financial mishaps or a divorce, something out of their control, an illness. And they might have to take a more aggressive strategy to get started. Some of you are just looking for passive income. You're like, this would just be nice. We have a different strategy for that as well. This one-on-one strategist is going to help you start strong. That's the goal, is we know everybody, we need to get you to the same results, increasing your wealth. That's the goal. But not everyone has the same starting point. So putting these two together, it amplifies your success rate. Plan to fail, you fail. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I've said it before, I'll say it again. So we've put together a custom action plan template. This is something that absolutely everyone who attends the workshop gets to leave with. It's customized for you over the 3 days, and it provides a 1 year roadmap. All right, that's going to give you clarity. That's going to give you confidence. This is custom done. I know it's looking like these are adding up, but remember how much this can potentially save you or make you. How about a deal analysis tool in training? You don't like math? Not many people do. This will do it for you, right? This you can identify when the deal meets the margins that you're looking for. You can eliminate the properties that just are not going to be winners for you and increase your confidence in saying yes and getting to that offer stage. That deal analysis tool in training is your sidekick. as an investor. Absolutely critical. And why not get you fired up even more? So between today and your event, which hopefully you're going to do in the next 60 days, let's do a pre-event meetup so that you're completely prepared. This way, if you're like, oh, I can't find this, or I'm not sure where that is, no worry. We're going to give you clarity. We have an investor launch pad step by step. It's as simple as possible. You don't have to do anything, is what you just have to show up. This will make sure everything is done. And then when the workshop starts, you hit the ground running. Put this all together, you have a supercharged real estate investing launchpad right here. And all together, it's $3,885. I know that's a lot of money for many people, especially with what's going on in the world. And we want nothing more than to not only give you opportunities to make a lot of money and save a lot of money and send your kids to school, whatever it is you want to do with your financial future. So we want to remove as many barriers to entry as possible. And since you are here and we have decided that this is our pre-qualifying event, if you are already here, your chances of success are exponentially higher than anyone who's coming in cold to our site. So we have put together two events, two workshops. So you've got a couple options on dates. And for everyone who is at today's event is going to be able to access it for 197 bucks. And 197 bucks is going to give you all five of our offers. You get the workshop all 3 days. You're going to get the private strategist. You're going to get the custom written action plan, the deal analysis tool and how to use it, and the next live pre-event group meetup. So you are completely prepared. $197 is almost free when you think about how much you are getting here. Everything you're getting here is for a few bucks at this point. It can't get any lower than that. This QR code, if you use your smartphone and you open the camera app, it will provide a link that will take you right to the workshop dates that we have. Signing up for those workshop dates using this QR code or this website, if you're on your phone and you can't use the QR code, keyspire.com/workshop-offer. It will be pre-populated with this deal baked in. You don't have to enter a coupon code. You don't have to go to any other site. You go in, you will pick the date that works best for you. These are the only two dates that we have on the calendar this year because this is a very busy year. So find the one that works for you. Get yourself registered. It's $197 if you do it this way. It's $3,885 if you want to do it a la carte on the keyspire.com website. This is the workshop offer for the pre-qualified individuals, which is you, who are here today. So congratulations. As Michael said, we know that it's those who show up and those who pay attention who succeed. So this is your first reward to success in real estate. I'll put that QR code back up shortly. I do have a couple more slides that I want to show you, so I'm going to keep going. I'll give you one more second if you want to scan it. I know you'll be slightly distracted. You're not going to miss any information for the next 5 minutes. So I'm going to continue to talk in the background. I know that many of you are trying to get registered because there's two dates, and once they're full, you will automatically only have the other date available. So I want to make sure I give you the opportunity to take a look at those dates, have a look at your calendar, and get yourself registered. I believe once you've got it open and you start populating it, it will save your spot on that date for a certain amount of time. We're really proud of what we've done here. And we know that for some of you, it's still a little bit intimidating. It's like, ooh, am I going to be able to do this? Am I going to be able to understand it? It is our job to make sure that you leave understanding everything. And it is also something that tens of thousands, maybe over 100,000 Canadians have already done something like this and are getting their own results already. So super exciting for them. And I think of this 3 days. I know it's a big commitment, but it's a one-time deal. And then you know this stuff forever. You have access to having a competitive advantage in the market forever. And I was thinking about this as I made a commitment to a 3 day event recently last year. I was like booking a trip with my family to Disney World. And I was like, wow, 3 days, it's like it's tough when you're busy and you're working, but 3 days, Disney World, what an incredible place. I always recommend Disney World. We've been 3 times now. We love it every time. And we had such a great experience that I actually left a review last time. Here we are at Disney again. I could show you this picture as my kids go from, this tall to this tall to this tall. We love it. It's amazing. It's a big commitment. It's super expensive. It's not $197. It's about $197 an hour if you want to know the truth. But when I left a review, I noticed that Disney has a 4.7 out of 5-star review, which is one of the best reviews I have seen on Google. And the team then pointed out to me something about our 3 day workshop that I wanted to share. The Keyspire Real Estate Investing Education Workshop has a 4.8 out of 5-star review on Google. And so I said to my wife, I'm like, I got great news. Next year, we can just take the kids to the workshop and they're going to have a better time than Disney World. So if you're worried that this is going to be intimidating or, not fun, people have been rating this better than Disney. Disney's going to have to change their slogan. Their slogan is the happiest place on earth. I think that we can now claim that the workshop, Keyspire Real Estate Workshop, is the happiest place on earth because people are happier than Disney World. So I just wanted to share that because I'm really proud of what we're doing here and that we've been doing it longer than anyone else in this marketplace. So I feel like it's really something that we can stand behind, something that we're proud. So much so, in fact, that we do offer 100% money back guarantee as well. We've been doing this for years. It is almost nobody takes advantage of it because you'll find that after your strategy call, attending the workshop, after getting all this material that we showed you in the deal we have for you today, if you don't feel like this has helped you get to your financial goals or become the investor that you want to be, just let us know and we'll happily give you your $197 back because the reality is we're not here to force anyone to do what they don't want to do. Our job is to be an accelerant for the things that you do want to do. And if you want to be successful in real estate, this is the 100% money back guarantee, the basically absolutely no risk way of allowing you to do that. So even if you're not sure, you can take everything and we're confident that you're going to love it so much that we'll put this right out there for you. I'm going to put that QR code back up for you for those of you who missed it the first time. As I said, you've got a few minutes here. I'm going to bring Michael back in just a moment. He's got some excellent training. Really hope that this first session was helpful. I have another session coming up. It is going to be finding the money to invest. This is the biggest sticking point. And we talked about this, we've advertised this. I want to get to the funding part. I wanted to explain how real estate investing works first. I added a bonus session in this first training block that I had, but I really want to make sure that you have several options that you've probably never seen when it comes to getting started. And I think that that's going to be the final piece that really unlocks your confidence to be like, okay, I have all these opportunities in real estate. I have the support of the 3 day workshop, and I'm going to know so much out of that. And now I understand the funding side of these things, which really peels back all those layers of fear that people have when they start investing in real estate. That's real. I remember it. I remember when I started investing in real estate, and sometimes still when I'm doing a big deal, I'm like, "Ooh, there's that little butterflies in my stomach feeling again." But now I know that that's I've trained myself to learn that that's excitement now and not nervousness anymore because I still get excited every deal that I do because I feel like I'm just adding to my ability to be able to control my own financial future, which is really what we're after here. When you can do that, you then get to decide what to do with your time. So I hope this is helpful. Grab yourself a link. I hope if anyone's having issues or challenges getting into this, just put something in the chat and our team will pop the link in there for you. Isabel has already popped the link in the chat as well if you want just the direct link. I know it takes a minute to get registered, and sometimes at this point, as Michael said, with 6,000 people, you might see that spinning wheel for a second. Be patient, please. We are just trying to be able to accommodate as many folks as we can with the only two sessions that we have coming up. They're both coming up in the next, I think, 45 days. So see what you can do to make it happen. Hopefully, you and the other financial decision maker in your household can participate together so that you both can do this as a team. Nothing works better. One thing I'll say, one of the biggest things that I like to let people know is that when you find someone to work with, this happens even faster. So hopefully you can find someone that supports you and your family or a friend, and then bring them along for your journey. That being said, Michael, I'm going to hand it back over to you. Now they get to hear your infinite wisdom. And I will be back. I will be back towards the end, making sure that I deliver on that second session that I have planned. Thanks for all the hearts and thanks and claps out there, guys.
Yeah, Scott, thank you. Thank you, Scott. Scott will be back in just about an hour and a half here. We're going to continue down this road of funding and finding secrets. Just to recap what you guys just learned from Scott, I mean, we started high level, like you got the whole country to look at. Scott has narrowed you down with those 7 ways to identify profitable markets and narrowed you down to, with this system, you will be able to find a market. And he's actually showed you the 4 ways to win. So within that market, how do you identify a property? So we've gone from overwhelm of everything to a methodology where we can find the location. When I say market, it's very local. It could even be a different area of a specific city. So we got to narrow down to that location. Once you narrow down to that general location, you have to find a property in that location. And you saw how it works with the 4 ways to win. So now we're really getting narrowed down. And then we saw that over time, how those 4 ways to win and buying that property, how that contributes to a multi-million-dollar impact to your life. And so we just went through a massive journey there with Scott. To recap some of the ideas of this 3-day workshop, Scott, while you were speaking, I just pulled up a couple. I pulled up a couple of things that people were saying, because I always think, it's great if Michael and Scott say this is a great workshop because we absolutely love it. We know what's going on, but what do other people say
Mhm.
about the workshop? So I pulled up this here. Here's what other attendees have said over the years, and we have done this workshop for a decade. All right. It's not the same workshop, but we have done this methodology for over a decade. So we know it works. We're not new. This isn't our first rodeo. This isn't like Keyspire just started. This is what we do. We are the longest running real estate educator in the country and probably even on the planet for how long that Scott and I have been doing this. Lisa says, my aha moment for day one would be home ownership is not an asset unless it's making you money. 3/4 of you here are homeowners and you don't even know what to do with that. 3/4 of you want to take that home and you want to either replace your job income and not work anymore, or grow your income and still continue to work. Lisa learned that system just by the end of day one. Tammy said the first day was today. One thing that stood out to me is how important education is. It doesn't translate from knowledge into action. The workshop, you could read a book about this, right? Let's be clear. You guys could read a book about this and you'd have what you need. Scott and I have amazing books. What the workshop does is it takes that and gets you traction. So you're actually working through things. Suzanne says another great day on number 2. Don't save money, provide opportunities. We're going to learn about that today. And Karen says, of course, do yourself a favor. If you haven't, go to the workshop. So I wanted to share a couple of these things. Scott, we talked about where we started a little bit. I'm going to tell you guys exactly how Scott and I found the money because Scott and I started as a couple broke university students. We weren't even like broke. Like when I think of broke, I'm like, I got no money. Scott and I were negative money. We were in debt. We had student loans. We had to pay for housing. And we had less than broke. If you're broke right now, you had more money than Scott and I when we started. And I'm going to tell you a little bit later in my session how that works and how Scott and I got the money to buy that first property, and how we took that small amount of money and we multiplied it over and over and over again with a Keyspire methodology called flip to yourself. The really cool thing is what happened was people started to catch on. Over the years, people started to catch on. They started to interview us. They started to want us to get on segments on TV. And this was before podcasts, everyone. This is before YouTube. What you'd do is you'd get interviewed on a TV show. So they kept interviewing Scott and I all around the country. Eventually, our concept, which didn't sound very sexy, you buy a home and you finish the basement and you put, strangers in your basement to make $300 a month. It doesn't sound very sexy, but it caught on because it was real. We weren't going out there and saying, you're going to make 100 grand in 30 days, 200 grand in 30 days. We showed you how to build real wealth with a system. And it eventually turned into, Scott, I found this. If you're still there. It turned into the show Income Property. All right. Here's Income Property season 1. There's Scott and I, Income Property season 1. This is the show book from season 1. And my point here showing you is not how old we got. All right. There we are. Scott looks a little bit older than me, maybe. I got a little bit of a beard now. It's not how old we got. It's the fact that 20 years ago, we were doing this methodology, and it's the same spine that works. In fact, we didn't figure out income properties. This has been happening for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, how the real wealth has been created and turned to legacy wealth for families. So we parlayed this idea into this show, Income Property. We found out so many people were emailing in and writing in with questions like, how do I find a good contractor? How do I find funding? Where do you find these markets? And that's where I left the show to create this amazing community called Keyspire over 15 years ago. And here we are today. I wanted to give you guys a little backstory if you're new to Keyspire. And I found this book, so I thought it was kind of fun to see where we started. But my point is, this is real stuff that might not sound sexy, might not sound exciting, but it's boring investing. And that's what you want. If you want exciting investing, go to the crypto event, go to the casino, go to the stock market event, go to the invest in something and the president, writes out a message and starts a war and all of a sudden your markets change. That's the exciting investing. We want boring investing here at Keyspire, and that's what we're really trying to do for all of you. So with that being said, let's now continue our journey as real estate investors. We've narrowed down the entire country into a market. All right. You found the 7 ways to do that with Scott's methodology. And now we take that market and we use the 4 ways to win to find a property. And we got a property that works. And before we get to funding, what I want to think about this is a scalable, repeatable system. How do we create a pipeline where we can do another one and do another one and do another one? In fact, how do we have an unlimited pipeline so that to do one property, we know exactly how many properties we need to look at, how many offers we need to make, how many need to come in the top of the funnel? Those of you that are in sales understand exactly how this works. In order to get one outcome, a sale, a property, you got to back it up to find out at the beginning, how many do I have to look at? And I want to bring somebody on here who we've been working with at Keyspire for over a decade. Somebody that I absolutely just love doing podcasts with him and listening to him. Jas Takhar. Jas is a GTA-based realtor team leader. He leads a real estate team. He's got the frontline view of how deals are sourced and how they're secured in today's market. He works closely with the buyers, the sellers, and the investors. He's like the glue that sees it all. He's in the center of the arena, seeing how it all works. That allows him to focus on patterns in deal flow, patterns in execution, and then how that relates to market behavior. He's coming here today for a quick but powerful little chat him and I are going to have on how we can bring practical, no hype perspective to real estate investing, start talking about the deal pipeline you're about to unlock over a decade of experience working with people just like you. Welcome to the stage. Jas, good to see you, buddy.
Thank you for having me, Michael. I mean, first and foremost, congratulations to the team to have over, I think, 6,000 people watching today. I mean, that's a huge, huge accomplishment. You mentioned 15 years ago you started this. You and I have been doing this for a decade. I used to have a lot of hair. So I find it funny always coming up after Scott, because you got this guy with the luscious hair, and then you're looking at me with no hair, and then you got Michael with the black and, the black and white, the salt and pepper look. And so I'm really excited to bring kind of my observations on what I'm seeing with investors right now. But again, congratulations to you, Michael, and Scott, and to the whole team, man.
Yeah, thank you, Jas. Thank you. So we had a good chat yesterday. Jazz and I like to chat about what's happening in business, what's happening in the economy, and we said, how are we going to best use our 20 minutes today? And I said, here's what I like to know, Jazz, in terms of what I saw in the surveys coming in and what our audience is looking for. I kind of want to start with a big picture of like, what are you seeing with your clients that are investors? Like, what are you seeing? Where are they successful? And the ones that are successful, like, what are they doing right? You've worked with thousands of clients to help them buy income properties.
Yeah.
And so like, what are the successful people doing differently today?
I think it really truly starts with a mindset, right? And the mindset is, and you said it in a different way as you were introing me. For me, and from what I'm watching investors do, it's really the principles of plenty mindset, right? We all know. You go to the grocery store, you pick up a bag of apples, you bring them home, and sometimes there's a few bad apples. You don't throw away the whole bag, right? You get rid of the bad apples. And that's what I'm watching a lot of investors do from the perspective of they have access to a lot of deals coming to them. Because when majority of the deals don't work for them, for whatever reason, it could be timing, it could be location, it could be the specific strategy or just the property in itself, they have others in their pipeline that they can start to choose from. So I'm watching a lot of investors right now, especially the ones that are not even thinking about buying in the next 30, 60, 90, 180 days. They're still in the flow. They're in conversation. They're meeting with people. They're making sure that they're visible. So a funny thing happens that the guys and gals that are doing deals right now, it was because they met someone 6 months ago or a year ago, and that person's certain situation changed. And so the investor now is able to pick up on a steal of a deal, perhaps because they're staying in contact. They're the first call that the seller's thinking of making, again, because they're staying visible. And so it's not even necessarily that they're doing more. I think they're just staying in contact longer, right? Like they're already in the conversation
Yeah.
before the deal shows up.
Yeah, I like that. They're not taking themselves out of the game. This is a big deal. We talked about Jazz on January 17th. We did an event called the New Real Estate Advantage. And the moral of that story was 90% of people in real estate and in business, we have about 25% of our audience are business owners. If you're in business or you're in real estate, 90% of people are just going to self-select themselves out of the game. They're just going to stop being visible. They're going to stop going to meetings. They're going to stop going to workshops, getting educated. And what happens after we get through this slow grind of what we're in right now? We're all in a grind. Let's call it what it is. Real estate seems harder and more uncertain. Business seems harder and more uncertain. It is the world today. There's a whole backup story we won't get into that we got into the other event. But when this is over, and if history tells us anything, when these crises happen, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It does change at some point. When this crisis is over, Jazz, 90% of the people are no longer in the game. The 10% of people that stick to it now share all those resources. Yeah. And so you get this massive world of abundance. You get this amazing, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow where just by sticking to it, you win. Just by not self-selecting yourself out.
Myself and my team, we're really blessed because we probably speak to anywhere from about 500 to 600 people weekly on phone calls. So we're very, very proactive in reaching out to people, finding out like, what's your situation? Like, is there anything that we can help? I tell you that not to impress you that we speak to a lot of people, but more to impress upon you where the data is coming from. That the ones that, again, we're seeing winning, they're saying, hey, can we come to a meetup that you're putting up on? Or can we, what's Keyspire up to? Can we come to one of their workshops? How do we get more information so we can stay educated and informed? So when a deal comes up, they can make a quality decision. And how can we speak to more people? Because if you look at it, to your point, Michael, if you look at the history of real estate, I'll speak specifically about the Greater Toronto area. That's where I'm born and raised and my headquarters are. And if you look over 100 years, there's always been dips. But the real estate's always gone back upwards. Mm-hmm. We're just in that little dip right now. But as investors, there are compelling buying opportunities presenting themselves more than I've really ever seen in the 21 years that I've been in the real estate business. Like the amount of opportunities that are showing up, because unfortunately people are going through hardship. Like that happens in life, that happens in business. I'm not here to say to take advantage. In fact, what I'm really trying to push people to understand is that you can create value by coming up with solutions and helping these people. But the only way that you can do that is if you're staying in conversations.
Yeah. Yeah. And some of the specific situations you're talking about in this market is like, right now, what I've noticed is that if a property is listed for sale, that seller like has to sell. They are more motivated than they've ever been, because I've talked to a lot of people that want to sell, but they're like, I don't really have to. So I'm just going to wait this out on the sell side. So when I go on MLS and I see a property listed for sale, I know that seller is infinitely more motivated than they were 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. So, everyone, if you have a motivated seller, is that put you in a better negotiating position or a worse negotiating position?
Right.
Better is the answer. And today we're seeing that, like when I look on MLS, or I look at some of my listing services, or I get some of the pocket deals that come to me, I know that if somebody is looking to sell today, there is something else in their life that is not influenced as much as financial as it is the other things that happen in our life. We have difficult, like you said, there's good things and bad things that happen to us as human beings. And sometimes we have to sell, not because we want to make money. We want to sell because we're getting out of a situation or into a situation. I get people that like, hey, I took a job over here and it pays better. And the market, houses are less expensive in that market. So I just want to sell this thing quick. I don't want to go back and forth. You probably see this all the time, right? Just freaking sell it for me. Somebody on the other end gets a 10 or 20 or $30,000 boon because they were just working in the right time.
And sometimes it's even higher than that in terms of
Really?
the boom. Oh yeah. I mean, and look, for everyone who's watching right now, if you're actually thinking about wanting to put in offers, there's no better time than now.
Yeah.
Like truly, the asking price is irrelevant. So whatever you see,
Yeah.
sometimes somebody might be asking a little too low for their property because they're trying to set it up for multiple offers. But generally speaking, in today's market, and I'll even stretch it as far as saying probably in every spot in Canada, but definitely in Southern Ontario, the asking price is irrelevant. This is the time for you to put in offers, put them, try to tie them up so you can do the due diligence. And I know Michael and Scott and the rest of the team will be touching on this in the workshops, like the strategies you can use right now because people need to sell. Something again never seen in the last 21 years. Like we've come out of such a seller's market in the last 12, 13 years that the game's changed now. It's a buyer's market.
Yeah.
This is the opportunity that you can actually start to throw offers at people, see what happens, see how much they're willing to negotiate.
Yeah. And that's right now. Like, let me tell you what I've seen, and tell me if you've seen this. Is about 3 years ago, we would hear that it was a terrible time to invest in real estate. Maybe what 2022, early 2023, let's say 2022. I remember people saying this is a terrible time to invest in real estate. I'm like, well, why? It's because, well, the market's at the top and there's multiple offers and bidding wars, and I can't even get an offer. If a property comes up for sale, it's gone right away. Terrible time to invest. And then I talk to investors now, and they some with a certain mindset say, it's a terrible time to invest. The headlines are bad. Properties are going down, and da. So, what I look at it, Jazz, is a good time to invest has nothing to do with what's happening out there. It has everything to do with what's happening in here. It's all about you, because the market will respond. There's strategies. This report alone that everybody here is going to get, we have a strategy of what to do at every part of the market cycle, because there's something that you would do. And I want to if I can just, give you guys all one mindset here is, it's not about what's happening in the marketplace. It's what's happening in your life. Is now the right time to invest for you? Is there something that's happening in your life where you're getting a kickstart and you're saying, I got to do this right now? Because you will find a way. And it just so happens at a coincidence that right now is the best time to do that. We could still do it when the market's at the top. There's strategies we have, but right now is like, You know, in the next 18 to 24 months, when the market starts to go up, anyone who bought today is going to look like a friggin' genius, like a savant. But all they did is they just bought at the bottom. Buy low, sell high, right?
Oh, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth. And like if you know you look back at history, you always want to buy low and sell high, right? Now, I mean, if you can hold on forever, and you know that's my strategy as an investor primarily, which is just holding on to my real estate, even through the dips like this,
Yeah.
right? Where I want to pass this on to my kids, and hopefully they pass it on to theirs, and you know the strategy that Keyspire teaches in terms of flipping it to yourself. It's something that we've done for a little over a decade, myself and business partners, other investors. But there is a good strategy in every market when it comes to real estate, but not all strategies work in every single market, right? And so you got to make sure that you understand what market are we in and what strategy will be best for that current market. And I feel, in my opinion, and as well as observing what successful investors are doing now, they just make sure that they have a steady flow of deals coming to them, kind of to come full circle. They're
Yeah.
making sure that they stay organized in making sure that they don't lose people that they've been in contact with. They stay visible. Again, even if you're not thinking about investing right now, make sure you stay visible. Show up to the workshop, show up to other meetups, get on, you know, Keyspire's forums, whatever they're like, stay visible, because then that third part, you can always have conversations. From my real estate business perspective, I always say to my team, the conversions happen inside conversations, right? To me, real estate is about the people, not the properties. The deals are going to come from people. And so the more people that you can meet, the higher probability you're going to have deals presented to you. And so get yourself into an environment that you're consistently meeting, speaking to people, because then you'll become top of mind, especially when that specific person might need to sell, or when they know somebody that knows somebody. Not a lot of people know this, and you can chat GPT this. I used to say Google this, but I think everyone just uses chat GPT now. The average person knows 200 people. And you might think, no way, Jazz, like I probably know like 30. Well, if you go to your iPhone, scroll down, you'll see your contacts. You're probably flirting around somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 people. If you know 200 people that knows 200 people that knows 200 people, your network now is 40,000 people. Your job is to stay in touch with these people, have conversations with them, because when they know people that know people, that's how the deals start to present themselves, those compelling buying opportunities. And now you can start selecting those good apples for yourself, whatever that might mean for you in terms of your strategy.
Yeah. I'm going to relate everything Jazz just taught you guys to the special report you're going to get. You're going to see a circle as the market goes down, Jazz. There's a circle I draw right around here, and I call it the R zone. It's the relationship zone. It is the time where you are not acquiring properties. You know, we're past this now. This was maybe 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. You're not acquiring properties, but you are more active than ever, doing exactly what you said. How do we get 200 of 200 of 200? So that when it is time to acquire properties, that deal flow turns on, the good deal flow. And it doesn't have to be good deal flow. The more you have, the more will be good, right? If you have 1,000 deals coming to you in some sort of pipeline or so, I draw it like this because it's a funnel, right? It starts with there's 1,000 pieces in this layer, and then they get narrowed down to 500, and then they narrow down to 50, and then eventually down to one. Eventually you funnel down to what is that one deal that is going to get you to that next step in your life. So maybe we could talk about that, Jazz, because you are a sales pipeline expert. You understand what it means, and anyone here in sales understands what it means. To get to one result, you have to back it up. And so can we have some conversation around how we can apply that to a real estate investor? And just to sort of frame it, I think about this way, Jazz, let's walk backwards. To get to one deal, okay, you need to have X amount of offers accepted. To get X amount of offers accepted, because you'll have conditions, we'll say, to get X amount of offers accepted, you need to put in X amount of offers. And this number grows as you go backwards, or if you're a vertical person, you go up the funnel. Walk us through backwards, like to get to one deal, walk us backwards through how many properties you have to look at.
Yeah, so look, I think right now, because we're in a buyer's market, this type of kind of like the maths here really well in the investor's favor because you have a lot more properties that you can see. But to get to one deal, I would say you probably want to get in the range of having about 5 to 6 offers accepted. If you can get yourself to 5 to 6 offers accepted, and then you start to do the due diligence, that tells me you'll probably need to put in anywhere from 20 to 25 offers. Like, we got to be really proactive. You want to get out there because a nice thing happens, even if you're someone who's just beginning. The best way to get confidence, unfortunately, I can't give it to you. Unfortunately, you can't buy it from Walmart. You have to get experience because experience will always breed confidence. And so to do that, you want to put in more offers. So you're probably looking at anywhere from about 20 to 25 offers. And that means possibly seeing 70, 75 properties. Not physically, you don't have to see them all physically, right? Especially in today's day and age with virtual tours and everything that we can do online. But I think that's kind of the numbers, Mike. Like in the GTA, you probably don't need to see as many properties. I think in outskirts, you might want to see a little bit more properties because depending on if what conditions you might be needing to put in and how the property's set up. Now, that's if you're investing into a property. If you're looking at things like land development deals, you're not going to need to actually see as many deals because there's nothing to really touch, see, and smell in that situation in terms of a physical property. You're just kind of looking at what the numbers look like.
I was just taking some notes here. I absolutely love this. I see a lot of people taking notes. This is something that I don't think anyone has ever seen or been trained on. So I want to write this down, see if I can actually write this down. I'm going to try something off the cuff here. Okay, so if we want to get to our deal here is the star, okay? We purchase a property.
Yeah.
Is this working, Jazz? Can you see?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
This is the only slide. It's the only slide I could find that had room was mine. So this is what we're doing. So you kind of have this like, it's kind of, I'm going to draw
I
this
like that. Yeah.
funnel.
That looks perfect.
Right, and you got these layers, everyone. So the question is, what are the layers as we back this up of activity? This is also part of the Keyspire 5-part roadmap, but while I have an expert here on the pipeline, let's talk about it. So to get one property purchased, let's say we have 5, let's say, and these are numbers, they're different in every market, everyone. Don't take these exact numbers. What we're showing you is this mindset, this thinking of don't expect to look at one property and buy one property. This is the point that we want to get across. You might have to have 5 offers accepted. Okay. And to get 5 offers accepted, you might have to put in, what did you say? Maybe 20 offers?
I said about 20 offers. Yeah.
20 offers. I'm going to use the word submitted. Yeah. Or what would you use in the professional world?
Exact word, submitted. So let's submit an offer.
All right. Now to get 20 offers submitted, how many properties, everyone think in your business, like how many do you think you'd have to evaluate? Yeah. We're just building a model, a business model. What you're going to do is you're going to build a model like we're doing with assumptions. These are guesses. And then as you are going through your business and following the 5-part results roadmap, you're going to put in for you what that number looks like. It's different for everyone in every market. So say to get 20 offers submitted, how many offers, what might we have to evaluate, whether that's going to look at it or just looking at it? Well, let's say visit. Should we visit the property in this funnel? Let's visit.
Well, I think the first thing that we should do is before visiting it is evaluating the numbers. Because if the numbers are not going to make sense from an investing perspective, there's really no need to even see it, right? So,
yeah.
So
okay, so I'm going to do, we need
to visit. You're probably at about, I would say 50.
Okay. There's 50. Now this, to Jazz's point, doesn't have to be you driving around to 50 properties. It can be. Yeah. I know when I was starting, I loved it. I loved looking at properties. It was an addiction. But this could be an agent of yours. It could be a joint venture partner. If you're the money partner, you might have a working partner that goes around and does this. It could be, you could have other people do this for you. 50 property visits. So then we have to evaluate, let's say we have to evaluate 70 properties.
I would probably even go as high as 100 there. Double that. Michael. And the reason I say that is because we're evaluating them literally in the comfort of our own homes with a glass of wine or
Yeah.
coffee, whatever your vice is, right? And
Yeah.
so that's evaluating it using, I think you brought it up already. I hope I'm not stealing your thunder, but the property analyzer that you
Yeah.
spoke about, right? Like that, I mean, that tool there, which
The deal analyzer.
I've used myself thousands of times. That right there is how you're going to be evaluating the deals, right?
You got it. Yeah. So that might sound intimidating. Let's pause there. Everyone, 100 deals to get one evaluate. It might sound intimidating. Not if you have the Keyspire tools. All right. If you are going to do this on your own, it's going to be a lot of work. It'd be hours and hours and hours. But if you plug into a system that Keyspire has and you use our deal analyzer, we have software. If you use our software, you just plug in 100 deals in, a few minutes, and you'll quickly get to that next step of the funnel. What are the 50 I should be visiting or looking at or considering?
And,
So
and sorry to cut you off there, really,
yeah,
Michael. I think there's one thing that I wanted to add there. You said how much time it's going to take, which yes, for sure, it will take you hours of months to try to do that on your own. I think the bigger thing is it can cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars if you do this on your own. That's where I see them, and I know that's
yeah,
not really what we were talking about in today's topic. It's the fact that when people try to do this on their own, that's where they get burnt. Like
the
that's
risk.
where you lose
Yeah.
money. Right? And there's a saying for it in investing. You lose your shirt. So the biggest mistake I make is people trying to do this on your own.
Yeah. There's a reason why if you go to the jungles of Costa Rica, you can either get a guide and go down the road that's already created, or you can hack through the bushes with a machete. They both will get you from one point to another, but one will take longer and will have infinitely more risk. And so real estate is no different. You can hack through real estate with a machete. Like Scott and I did when we started, we didn't have money for a coach. We didn't have money for a 3-day workshop. But we had time. We were young enough. We're 19 and 20 years old. We could take time to make the mistakes. I know that the people that are joining this webinar, you probably don't have the runway of a 20-year-old to make some mistakes. And so hop on the path, get the guide. Great point, Jazz. Now to wrap this up, Jazz, to evaluate 70 to 100 properties, let's say 100, we're going to use the software. What's the step before that? Like we got to have
Properties coming to you.
them coming to us.
That's the top of the funnel.
So then we
That's
have
the top
to
of the
X
funnel.
amount of opportunities.
And so for me, I would like to have, anywhere in the neighborhood using these same numbers. I would want to at least have 3 times of properties coming to me. So about 300 properties coming my way. Because as an investor, for me personally, and the ones that majority of the investors we work with, they're not necessarily only looking in their backyards. They're looking right across Canada, as well as North America, primarily in Canada. And so if you think about 300 opportunities, that sounds like a lot, but there's different types of strategies. There's, again, the land development type of deals, there's condos, there's single family homes, there's duplexes, there's triplexes, there's apartment buildings, there's commercial properties. I can tell you that we look at anywhere from probably 300 to 350 opportunities in a month.
Wow, that's great.
We're
so you're living
seeing
this.
them come
You're
up.
living this funnel.
We're
Yeah.
living this funnel now. Majority of them are not ones that would check off on even anything that we want to go visit. I'm jumping to the property visits, for example. Majority of them, nah, it's okay. It's not the type of strategy that I want to invest in right now. It's something that the investor would say, or I don't like the numbers for this. It doesn't fit any one of the buckets that I'm trying to work within. And then you start to just select which ones you want to start to put in offers in.
I love it. This is so. Let's end it there, Jazz. We can take it away to give the message that Scott showed us 7 methodologies to find the marketer location. Then we have the 4 ways to win. And now in that marketer location, we'll forget the 4 ways to win. We got a marketer location. In that marketer location, we now want 300 opportunities coming to us, say a quarter. It doesn't have to be a week, right?
Wow.
Like if you want to buy, you back it up. If you want to buy 1 property a year, you need 300 opportunities a year to go through this cascade. If you want to buy 1 property a quarter, which is 90 days or 3 months, you need 300 opportunities coming to you. Out of those, you want to evaluate 100 of them. 200 of them, you're like, nope, not going to work, not the right location. You don't even evaluate them. 100 you plug into the Keyspire deal analyzer. Out of those, 50 of them are like, these are promising. Let's go make sure that they're not what they don't seem. Out of those 50 visits, you're going to get 20 offers submitted. After those 20, they're going to be low. So you only get 5 accepted. If you're putting in 20 offers, I don't know, Jazz, what do you think about this? You're putting in 20 offers and you get 20 accepted. We got a problem.
Yes. Yes.
You leave money on the table. Maybe your realtor won't love you for it, but as long as you're transparent, you're like, guy, I need 20 offers and I want 5 accepted.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're, look, at the end of the day, you want to put as many offers as you possibly can and tie up as many properties. I've been saying it on Keyspire stages for years, in the past decade or so, that the strategy that you want to use in real estate is buy the property, put in an offer and tie it up. So it's really the ready, fire, aim approach. Yeah, yes, fire from the perspective of pull the trigger, put in as many offers, tie up the property, and then aim. Right? Because a lot of us
everyone understand that? Yeah.
Right. A lot of us get stuck in paralysis by analysis sometimes, where we just like we're about to pull the trigger and we never do. Right. Because we get stuck in aim. So we never actually fire. Right. In real estate, pull the trigger. You want to tie up the property, make sure that you have the conditions in there, that you can do all the due diligence, and then decide if you're going to move forward or not.
Yeah. And going full circle, we'll end with where we started. There's no better market to do that than today. You probably couldn't do that in 2022 because they're like, forget it. You're not tying this up. We want cash offers today because the market was at a different point. Today, 30 days due diligence, 60 days due diligence isn't unreasonable because people want to sell and there's no one buying. So today is the best you lock it up and then you do your extensive due diligence. Get your financing and funding in place, which we're going to get to in our next session. And then you have your funnel. I hope that was helpful, everyone. Jazz, that was awesome. I appreciate that. We were talking about it yesterday. I'm like, let's talk about the sales side a little bit, the funnel, the pipeline. Awesome, man.
My favorite thing. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it. Congrats
Thank you
again,
for being
guys.
here. Get a chance to read the chat. A lot of love for you in the chat and a lot of these hearts for you as well. Thanks, man.
We'll talk soon. Have the best Saturday ever, guys. Have the best Saturday ever. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. All right. That was amazing. Let me see where we're going next. So I want everyone to make sure that you're following us along this journey. Found a market. Now we have a pipeline, and now you should have some idea of the activity that's going to happen with your Keyspire results roadmap. All right. If you want to get to one deal, we need to understand how many you're going to start with and then what steps you're going to take along the way. And then we assign a number to each of those steps. And then what I do in my business is I create something called a scorecard or a scoreboard. So if I know that I need to look at 50 properties a quarter, right? Maybe a quarter. A month seems a little bit too intimidating sometimes, and a year is too big. So a quarter is good, every 3 months. If I need to know I got to look at 50 properties every month to hit my goals, then I'm going to measure that. I'm going to have a scorecard to say, well, how many did I get at the end of the month? Did we get 50? Did we get 55? Did we get 25? And so now you can start applying a methodology, a system to your business. And this is exactly what we want to help you do at Keyspire, is take something that is uncertain, unknown, risky, and we want to put it to something that is certain, known, repeatable, desirable results, and lower that risk as much as possible. I hope you can see already in just the time we spent together, if you can apply a system, overlay a system over something, then it becomes less risky. Not because real estate's less risky. Real estate still is inherently what it is. All these things still have a different level of risk, but if you can overlay a different approach that you're going to take, now you're mitigating risk by your decisions, not by the decisions of the marketplace. All right, let's move on. We are going to now get into funding. So a lot of people are asking what level of membership, how do I become a member? How do I get into coaching? The way that you get into coaching with us at Keyspire is you come to the 3-day workshop first. You learn the baseline of what needs to be learned, and then you would talk to someone on our team about qualifying for our program. We don't just take anyone. We want to make sure you have the best possible chance of success at the system that we're teaching you. So the first step is going to that 3-day workshop. And when you're at that workshop, just talk to your strategist about how do I apply and get qualified for coaching. And then if you make it into coaching, we only take a small number of clients every single week. If you make it into coaching, then you're on board and you got the one-on-one attention with the system. And if you don't make it into coaching, we're going to make sure that you still have access to Inner Circle. You have opportunities to have access to Inner Circle or some other courses, whatever you need. So that's how you ascend through the Keyspire system. But it all starts with this right here, guys. 2 tickets to the 3-day workshop. Do we have we'll put the QR code up again. Pop it in the chat on YouTube. Pop it in the chat here. If you come to the workshop, you get your 2 tickets. You get the deal analyzer, so you don't have to spend hundreds of hours trying to do that. You get your 12-month action plan, so you can kind of figure out this funnel. How many properties do I need to look at? How many properties do I need to buy? How many offers do I need to make? All of this you're going to get. You're going to get the full workbook. Scott didn't talk about some of these things. There's so many other goodies. The workbook you're going to get is absolutely amazing. We update it often. It's basically got, more formulas and the things that you're looking for in terms of formulas and things to follow. That's yours to keep. And you're going to get the 5-part roadmap with your strategy session, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus, you'll get the program guide, so you know all the exclusive programs that are available to you as a workshop attendee and some of the exclusive offers and discounts that you'll get on our programs because you went to the workshop. So that's a little overview, maybe a little more detail as to what you're going to get into the workshop. Now, since we're talking about coaching, I want to introduce you to the There it is. Yes, thank you, Richard. Pull up a picture of Bailey and Kirsten for me if you can, Richard, if you're sharing. I want to introduce you to the Thornhill sisters. They were sitting right where you were just only a couple of years ago. They followed the Keyspire system and they had success with the Keyspire system. They also had some challenges, hit some barriers, and they found a way to overcome them. Now, before I bring them up, I just want to bring up a good point that we give 2 tickets for a reason, you and your at-home guest, because we want you to have a partner to help support you through this if possible. If not, we get a lot of singles coming through, no problem. That's what your coach is for, to help you. But what we want to do is make sure that your spouse, your life partner, whoever you live with and share your life with is on board. So we want to make sure they come to the workshop. If you don't have that person or that person is not the one to invest with, you got your sister, your brother, you've got your kids. A lot of people bring their adult kids. Absolutely amazing to pass it on to your kids. So this is idea of stressing the value of having a partner. And what the Thornhill sisters did, Bailey and Kirsten, they did it with each other. And I want you to hear their story, how you can relate, how you can copy what they're doing, the mistakes they made, and really the success they had so you can have it as well. So please, without further ado, Bailey and Kirsten, there you are. Welcome, ladies, to the Find and Fun Secrets. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. We are going to, I'm going to turn it over to you and you can show us exactly what you're working on. Thank you.
All right. We're going to share our screen. Okay, get thumbs up. You guys can see? Okay, great.
There we go. Alrighty. All right, hi, everyone. We're Bailey and Kirsten, and we're here to tell you about how we almost lost $100,000 on our first real estate deal that we did together. But first of all, thank you, Michael, for that really kind introduction. We really appreciate it. And shout out to all those who have spoken so far. We love Keyspire events. They're always have really good strategies that are shared throughout them. And it's a very valuable day to spend together. And we're really grateful to be a part of it. So thanks again.
So we're 2 sisters who decided in 2023 that we're going to build our real estate portfolio together. As Kirsten said, we almost lost $100,000 on our first real estate property. And it wasn't because it was a bad deal or even because we didn't run the numbers correctly. It was actually because of one mistake that now, in hindsight, and having been with Keyspire for a few years, we learned is a mistake that many new investors make. But before we get into that, why don't you give them a quick little who you are, Kirsten?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Kirsten. I'm 40 years old. I'm the middle of 3 sisters, and I work in film and live events. I was born on the East Coast in Halifax, Nova Scotia. I currently live in Hamilton, Ontario with my dog, Bo. I love dogs. I love hiking and traveling, and yes, long walks on the beach.
And I'm 37 years old. I'm the youngest of the 3 sisters, and I work in marketing and sales. I was born in Virginia, USA, and I live in Waterdown, Ontario with my partner. And outside of real estate, I too love dogs, horses, yoga, and traveling. So Kirsten and I came from very different careers, but we definitely had one shared goal for a long time. We wanted more income now and control over the financial future. And we're here to share a chapter of our story and really the lesson that would forever change how we approach real estate deals. A lesson we're very thankful that we learned early on, and even more thankful that we had Keyspire in our corner while we were learning it.
Yeah, so when we started in Keyspire, we were both living at our parents' place because the condo that I had bought pre-construction in 2016 was being rented out. So we had savings, we had stable incomes, we had the motivation, and we had this vision. We're gonna buy a multifamily property, live in it, house hack it, and then start building our income property portfolio. And if you're here, you're probably have some version of that same vision.
I remember Kirsten calling me and saying like, hey, I just went through this 3-day training with this company called Keyspire. It was amazing. My mind is blown. I've learned so much. I want to do their coaching program. Let's do it. Do it with me. Do you want to build a real estate portfolio together? And I was like, what? I had some reservations and some hesitations for sure. But obviously you hear growing up, like it seems like all the adult investors were real estate. And I felt like real estate was missing in my own personal portfolio, but I had no idea what to do or how to go about building that portfolio. And I'm a big believer in coaching and collapsing timelines and essentially just like learning from other people's mistakes. I think that's a logical mindset to be in for many people. And I trust her, obviously. So I said, yeah, let's do it. And we joined Keyspire's spectacular 12-month coaching program. So when we were getting started, we did what most people do. We were hungry. We just started scrolling realtor.ca and all of the sites for properties right away, all day, every day, just scrolling. Like Jazz said, hundreds, I mean thousands of listings, top of funnel, very, very, very top of funnel. But it was overwhelming because you can imagine how you're supposed to make decisions on 1,000 plus properties. And it wasn't really until we learned the Keyspire frameworks, like the 4 ways to win that Michael just mentioned, which helped us immensely focus and run numbers on specific properties that matched our investor profile, which was also something that Keyspire helped us define. So we were literally just eat, sleep, breathe, talk about real estate all day, every day. I remember going on a hike. I think it was this one actually, where we were talking about like bull versus bear markets and talking about Keyspire's flip to yourself framework and generally just talking about what could be possible for our financial futures if we were to just figure out this real estate thing. So don't get me wrong. There were a lot of properties that we had to filter through, but eventually we did find Strathcona. It was a detached home in Hamilton operating as a duplex with the potential to add a 3rd unit. It had high ceilings in the basement and was half vacant with one current tenant paying far under market value rent. And the numbers worked. It felt right. It was like just that gut feeling when you walked in the door. So we worked with our amazing realtor, shout out the Huddle Group and Shauna.
Yeah, Shauna.
Who we also found through the Keyspire network. And we got the property under contract pretty quickly.
And because we had not booked in all of our coaching sessions yet or leaned into the coaching as fast as we should have, that is 100% on us.
Yep.
We actually, in hindsight, learned that we did not follow Keyspire's 5-step results roadmap and actually approached it kind of backwards. So we found the right property first, and then we were trying to figure out the financing, which sounds reasonable, right? At the time. I mean, that's what we thought.
Yeah,
right?
we thought we had everything sorted. We structured the deal using $50,000 from our own savings. We each brought $25K to the table. And the remaining funds were going to come from refinancing the Toronto condo because there was enough equity in that property that we could leverage.
We actually tried to be strategic leading up to this. So when the condo mortgage came up for renewal, we moved to a month-to-month structure, accepting a bit of a higher interest rate so that we could stay flexible and act quickly when the right opportunity came along. So we also chose a lender who could handle both the refinance and the purchase, with the intention of simplifying that process and having one party understand the full scope of the deal. But the process of getting approval turned out to be much more challenging than we anticipated, considering we're both self-employed. That was just one layer. And there was a lot of things they found challenging to underwrite.
She's talking about me. I'm a dual citizen with Canada, the US. At the time, my business was registered abroad. My revenue was primarily in USD, which was getting transferred through a fintech company called Wise, which is all very legit, I want to say, and legal, but it's complex. It's not the traditional path. And holy moly, it required a lot of documentation and many hours of explanation.
But eventually, we got approved. So it was very exciting and relieving. And shortly after our negotiations were finalized, Bailey left for California to work with clients for about a month before we officially took possession. And then closing day rolls around. Exciting, right?
Very.
I'm at work. I get a call from our lawyer. He says, I can't log into the system. And at first we think it's a technical issue, but then we find out it is not. So we find out that the lender actually pulled our funding. So on the day we were supposed to take possession and pick up the keys in a matter of hours, after we had already been approved, there was no warning. And the explanation was that our file was transferred to a new person at the lender for whatever reason, which happens often, and who was not part of the rigmarole that we went through with the approval before. And they didn't feel comfortable with it because they didn't know the minutia of the details that Bailey had spent a lot of time communicating to the brokers and the lenders. And on top of this, our lawyer was going on vacation in 2 or 3 days with his oh so lovely wife.
And he was actually getting audited too, like
right,
himself
yeah.
at the same time. So poor guy had a lot going on.
Yeah. So needless to say, his capacity was already pretty thin. And then when all of this extra stuff happened, he ended up referring us to an associate of his who was a great guy and helped us out a lot because he wasn't not going on vacation.
So basically at this point, we're thinking like, what the heck is going on here? We didn't have a backup plan because we thought it was all locked in and ready to go. And we had no time left on the clock. And suddenly we're in a deal we can't close with 50 grand on the table.
So then within a week, the situation escalated. So the seller's lawyer said if we didn't close, they would pursue keeping our $50,000 deposit. And then after a few more days of negotiating, because we were still very committed to making this deal work, they agreed to ongoing negotiations as long as we put an additional $50,000 deposit in trust. So now we had a total of $100,000 we would lose if we didn't secure the funding in the next coming weeks.
But there's more.
Right. So 2 days after that, they threatened us with legal action for breach of agreement. So that was the moment for us where everything got like really real. Up until then,
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you. We got thumbs
Yes,
up.
you can hear us?
Yeah, we just lost some video. Frozen screen. Maybe if we try to
Okay.
unshare and reshare.
Sorry about that. Not sure what happened there.
just another example of how things can
We're live.
happen unexpectedly. You gotta roll with it.
We're live.
Give us one quick second here.
Bringing up the slideshow here.
All right, we're not gonna do, here, we can actually do slides. Real-time TV, folks. All right. Gonna share this slide. There we go. Thumbs up, Richard, you can see? Okay, great.
With a chat there.
Okay.
No further.
On my end,
so
I
they
can
threatened
see.
us with legal action.
There you go.
Was
Yeah.
where we ended the story. Is that
Right.
right?
Wanna
It's a
tell you-
cliffhanger, guys. Just
Ladies,
wait
I can
for it.
see your I can see the picture, no problem, and hear you now, no problem.
Nice.
Okay,
Great.
perfect.
Right. So 2 days after that, they had threatened us with legal action for breach of agreement. And that was the moment for us where everything became very, very real. So up until then, it had been stressful and confusing, sure. But now it felt really immediate and high stakes. And I've never been sued before. So
No, me neither. That was the
Mhm.
first. So yeah, instead of that, I remember being on a video call because I was in San Diego when this was all going down, and we were like half joking, half serious about making ourselves hard to find.
I would argue 3/4 serious.
But we just didn't want to be served papers, right? So, but don't fret. We didn't shirk the responsibility and go into hiding. Instead, we actually just shifted into problem-solving mode and many a calm, strategic conversation with our Keyspire advisor and our legal counsel later. We decided we're not going to step away from this deal. It was too good a deal. We crunched so many properties to find this deal, and we had a lot on the line.
And we're just not really built like that.
Right. And like I said, we're just so grateful for the people around us. We were leaning hard on our community, on the Keyspire crew at that time, for their advice and their perspective to help us through. So thank you, everyone. If you know who you are. Thank you for that. Our mortgage broker immediately began sourcing new lenders. We were on multiple calls every single day. Kirsten got a crash course essentially on becoming a paralegal because, I mean, the real is finances were tight and we couldn't afford a paralegal. And thank God we're meticulously organized, hence the backup plan here. Because essentially she acted as co-counsel to our lawyer. And after consulting the real estate litigation lawyer, Kirsten was the one drafting all the emails to the seller's lawyer, helping shape the negotiation strategy in real time because we hadn't actually moved into litigation yet. So we were kind of stuck in this like weird limbo space in between, and we just needed to act to preserve the opportunity and find a way to appease the sellers, who, by the way, were extending these like ridiculous 24-hour deadlines that they just kept imposing on us to try and get us to basically screw up so that they could keep our deposits.
Yeah, we even had an overnight deadline. That was fun.
It's crazy.
So this is not something we had done before. And what really grounded us during those really hard moments was, as you know, we've said that the deal itself was really sound. So the property was right. The situation we were in was not a result of malintent, and it was something we had been blindsided by. One of the most impactful decisions that we had made, which was your idea, was to write a direct personal letter to the seller. We found his contact info online, and we explained what had happened from our perspective. And we acknowledged the position that they were in, and we made it very clear that this was not like a slimy tactic. We just reinforced our vision and genuine commitment to the deal. And I mean, you know, we had analyzed over 100 properties to find this one that checked all the boxes. So that was a pivotal moment where we intentionally shifted the tone of the negotiations.
And then at the same time of all of that, we still needed to find an additional $50,000 to secure the deal. We didn't have that capital ourselves. So then we had to decide, how are we going to find this money and how are we going to structure the deal? So we ended up consulting, obviously, with our Keyspire team, and we structured an offer package and picked up the phone and contacted every single person in our network to secure a bridge loan. We found a lender who used their line of credit to provide the $50,000 we needed and offered them a 9% return in 30 days. We were confident. I mean, it's a pretty attractive deal. Who doesn't want an easy $4,500 and within the month for doing nothing? And we were confident in the ability of our broker to secure a second lender because they were sharing a lot of news with us. We were getting updated multiple times a day from the team. And then once the refinance funding came through, we were able to, pay off that bridge loan, including the interest. So a big part of that confidence came from the community, the support system we had around us. Really helpful to do it, with people like Kirsten was very good for the nervous system. We were able to lean on people who had more experience than we did, amazing people that we met in Keyspire. We borrowed their perspective, and Scott says this a lot, and I like it. We borrowed their confidence. We were so uncertain, and they told us, you're doing the right steps, keep moving forward. So we did. And even when things felt uncertain, we just took the next step. And all of this, by the way, happened within like a two-week period. So that letter, I think, really changed the tone of the negotiation at that point.
Yeah, it was almost to the point where we kind of laughed, thinking, why didn't we do this before? But, if everything had gone smoothly, it's not typically a step you need to make, So during that time, it honestly felt like we learned 5 years of real estate in a 2-week window.
Yeah. After that, we secured a new lender and closed the deal and completed the transaction, which was great. Success story.
So today, this underperforming property is in the process of being optimized, and the main floor has been renovated, half DIY, and about 8 layers of wallpaper.
Wallpaper trauma.
And half done for you by a contractor who we negotiated with to use a lot of end of project material. So we got this beautiful kitchen for way under full price. And now the unit is tenanted, and it's paying over, that tenant is paying over market value. But we have a commitment to deliver lots of value for them and covering more than 50% of the operating expenses of the property. So I'm currently living in the upper unit while renovations are being completed there. And once that's finished, that unit will also be rented out, which will ensure that the property cash flows very nicely every month. So the original plan for it was actually to convert it into a triplex, and that shifted once we fully understood the numbers. We chose to keep it as a duplex, and it still cash flows while remaining aligned with our long-term hold strategy. And even though it didn't go exactly as planned, it worked. And more importantly, we see how it's repeatable. The biggest shift for us was coming out of this experience is how we think about funding. So before this deal, we approached funding as something that happened after or as we found the property. And now we understand that funding needs to come first. So getting excited about a property before you understand how you're going to fund it puts you in a reactive position. It can slow you down, it can limit your options, and it definitely increases your risk.
Yeah. We learned that when you secure funding first, everything else changes. You have a lot more leverage. You gain clarity on what's actually possible. You move faster because you already know your numbers. Like Kirsten said, you reduce risk because you're not scrambling to figure things out under pressure. You also just become a stronger buyer because you can structure cleaner, more competitive offers. And as we move into any deal in the future, our approach is forever going to honor that rule. So now we are setting up our corporate structures. We're implementing intelligent legal and tax strategies. We're incorporating a lot of cool AI systems and securing pre-approvals while also building the JV partner roster that we have and expanding our network so that we're ready to rock whenever we uncover our next amazing cash flowing income property. Our top priority now is just basically to ensure we have clear strategies that can always answer, how is this deal going to get funded?
So if there is one thing we could leave with you, it is this. If you are new to real estate, do not start by finding the property. Start by understanding how you're going to fund it. When you do, you've got this beautiful cheat code to unlock a higher net worth, powerfully position yourself with more leverage, more clarity, preparation, and the kind of control that really makes real estate an easy yes.
So that's our story. Thanks for being here, for listening. I hope you guys heard something today from our homework that and our experience that you can steal for yourself.
And thanks again to Keyspire and the team for having us and creating this space where conversations like this can happen. It's really important.
Ladies, thank you very much for sharing. I absolutely love it. I love the fact that you know, there's going to be hard times in anything you do. There's stuff we got to get through. And imagine trying to get through something like that without a community of the inner circle, without having a sounding board and a coach, without having, you know, at least the materials you can go back to. That's part of what we want to offer, is that confidence. So when things do go not the way to plan, they don't go to plan, which is life, it will happen, that you have something to fall back on and you don't feel alone. So thank you for sharing that story. I'm glad to hear that that one worked out. And I can't wait to hear as things get on, even they continue to go. And hopefully I'll see you both at the next summit. I think I will.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Don't miss
Excellent.
the Keyspire Summit or workshop if you've never been. They changed the game, honestly.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Yeah. The Keyspire Summit, people have been asking about the Keyspire Investor Summit in some of these chats. Keyspire Investor Summit is unlocked at the coaching level. So again, we want to make sure that you come to the 3-day workshop first, you understand the basics, you get qualified by our team. And when you come in at the coaching level, at the client level, that's where you can unlock things like the Investor Summit in Niagara Falls, the retreat there in Niagara Falls, and unlock all other goodies that we have built for you over the last 15 plus years. So speaking of unlocking the goodies, here's a little sneak peek into what we can get when we go through the Keyspire proven process. And if you come to the workshop and you decide you want more, we've asked one of our coaches, Anne-Marie, to come join us here. And, you know, I want to have Anne-Marie here because I've seen people in the real estate world, investors, I've seen people with every advantage. They out there, money, time, market knowledge, and they never pull the trigger. And I've seen people with almost nothing build extraordinary portfolios. And we've even had some of these people speak on stage at our summit. And the difference isn't what they knew coming into Keyspire. The difference is how they thought about themselves and how they thought about their place in the system. And what Anne-Marie has is a talent for helping people understand where their place exists and being that support and accountability partner to help them move through the system that already exists. It's already here. The road is there. You just need someone like Anne-Marie to help you step by step and guide you through it. Anne-Marie has over 5,000 hours coaching people exactly like you. And so she knows the questions you have. She knows the issues you're going to have. She knows all of those things that you don't even know yet. She is like your predictive, you know, coach. So I've asked her to come here to give us some lessons from coaching. Just give us a little insight into what you've learned in your over 5,000 hours of coaching and what somebody here can take away from it. So there she is. Anne-Marie, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for having me. Love to be here. It's so amazing how exactly what you said and Bailey's presentation just before the Thornhill sisters. It's amazing how it's a repeatable, it's what I'm going to share as well. Like we're just building off of each other. And I didn't share, you know, all of my notes with you, but yet exactly what you said is what I'm going to talk about and some of the key points that are really important. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, over to you, Anne-Marie. I will be here when you're done, and
Sounds
everyone
good.
is here for you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks again, Michael, for having me. I may not be as polished a presenter as Scott or Michael, but I am a one-on-one coach, and it's my passion. I love it, and I've been doing it for so many years. And as Michael said, with so many thousands of hours, actually. So, and coaching hundreds and hundreds of investors. So, and being an investor myself. So I am a success coach here with Keyspire. And before we dive in, I want to make this interactive. So I want to make sense. I want you to put a yes if these statements or these comments, resonate with you. So real estate makes sense as an investment. So you've thought of that, but I don't know where to start. So again, I just want to know if these statements resonate with you. I'd love you to be interactive. Drop a yes in the chat if you will. I would really, really appreciate it. And I want to see, if that's the case. So I see some yeses. Thank you guys. Thanks so much for interacting with me. I love that. I love that. As I said, my one-on-one coaching, I'm used to getting some interaction here. So yes, it resonates definitely 100%. So thank you everyone as well for dropping those chats in. And I see someone with the same name as me, Anna Marie, and Kesha and Guy and Steve and Eve. So thank you. That's awesome. And I just want to say, that honestly, if you typed yes and if you're here, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. I mean, the truth is, with thousands and thousands of coaching hours that I've done, almost everyone starts in the same place. So, you're unsure where to begin, overthinking your next move, and wondering if this is actually going to work. So, really, really important to know that you're not alone and that a lot of people feel the same way. I felt the same way before I started. And I'm going to ask it for another interaction, if you will. So again, drop a yes in the chat if the following question sounds familiar to you. Why am I working so hard? Do I have enough money saved? What's my next step going to be? Will this actually work for me? Oh, maybe other people can do it, but I don't know if I can do it. So does this resonate with you again as well? And again, I've been there as well. So please let me know. That would be great. And you're in the right place again. Thank you, Karen, Herman, Steve, Edgar. Love that you guys are here. Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. All right. So again, before we move on, hearing all of this, as a coach and an investor myself for many, many years, I want to share something quickly about myself because I wasn't always doing this. I've spent over a decade in the corporate career space, probably more than a decade, but I won't age myself at this point, but working hard and doing all the right things, that we're taught to do. Maybe we're taught by our parents, maybe we're taught by the school system, whatever it is. But then still feeling like I was trading time for money. I wasn't fulfilled. I was looking forward to, forward ahead at my retirement. And I remember thinking, there's got to be a better way, a smarter way, something different. There's a lot smarter people out there than me, but maybe they're not just smarter. Maybe they just found something that works. So when I discovered real estate, it wasn't obvious at first for me. I didn't have everything figured out. And I had, the same questions as many of you have said yes to as well. And believe me, I was shaking in my boots. But what changed everything for me wasn't the perfect deal or having all the money I needed just to buy anything I wanted, because that was definitely not the case. Because even though I had a great job and I owned a home and great salary and good credit score, it didn't mean I had it all figured out. It didn't mean I actually didn't have, everything I needed to just get started. So I found I gained the understanding of finding the right path and I followed the system. So the same similar thing here as at Keyspire. And that's exactly now what I help people do every single day. And I absolutely love it. It is a passion of mine. And yes, things change every day and uncertainty comes in. But we have a system, we have a proven system, we have support, we have a team and coaches, and we have our professional teams, our power teams, our accountants and our mortgage brokers and realtors. So what I've learned is the difference between people who succeed and people who stay stuck. It's not that they're smarter, more intelligent. It's not that they put in more effort, and it's not even that they have more money. It's that they don't know what they don't know. So if we don't know what we don't know, we need to tap into something. We need to tap into, again, a proven system, an actual system that works, that has been proven to work, and that people have done time and time again before us. So today, my goal is simple. I'm here to introduce you to something more powerful. And this is the path, the proven path, the Keyspire results roadmap. And to say that, yes, yeah, it can work for you too. Because if it can work for me, I had absolutely no experience whatsoever in real estate. And, before I found this, I thought, oh, well, that person was more successful because they're a realtor. Oh, that person was more successful because they made it happen because they're a mortgage broker, or their sister's a mortgage broker, or their father's a realtor, like whatever the excuse is, which it's just not true. It's not true. It's not real. I started right from the bottom, and I kid you not, I was pacing the floor every time I had to make a phone call to a professional investor like a mortgage broker. I remember pacing the floor for 20 minutes and having my script in my hand and shaking, and I would start the phone. I put the phone away so I couldn't hang up and cheat myself. And I just went and did it. And the more you do it, and the more you have a system that follows, that you know is proven, you tap into the network and into your team, into your mentors and coaches, the more calm you feel. So this is where things get a little interesting. When I've coached, hundreds of investors, I start to see patterns, right? So not just what people say, but what they actually do. So let me give you a few examples. I've seen people analyze 30, 40, 50 deals. Yaz was talking about this earlier. I've analyzed, believe it or not, in one night, which was a little crazy, 80 deals. And it was a lot, but you know how to analyze it. Yeah, I had my mentor, I had my coach, and I had my realtor. So I had my team, with me. But I've seen people analyze this many deals and never take action. And so, why? Why? I wonder why. Well, because it's nerve-wracking, it's scary. And it's not because, they're lazy, it's because they don't feel certain. And I've seen people with money still stay stuck. So if you think, oh, well, they have money, easy for them. No, not the case. So, waiting for the perfect deal, the perfect timing, the perfect market, these are all things that keep you stuck, right? Feel stuck. And you want to, but you can't. Your body just won't move. Paralysis by analysis, right? So if all of this sounds familiar, this is common. But I've actually seen people as well with very little money move faster than anyone. And why? Because they were focused on the right things. So I started asking myself, what's the difference? What's the difference between these people? And of course, the perspective has been easier for me from that point because I had gone through it myself as an investor. But successful people follow a proven system, and that's the difference. Successful investors, they don't have less fear. They don't have more money. They don't have the perfect plan, the perfect clarity. Nothing is perfect. And they just follow, a proven system. So at Keyspire, we keep it simple and we give you one clear path, and that's the results roadmap. Fund, find, buy, value, get paid, cash flow, payday, which does come, in this proven path. So here's where most people go wrong. They think it starts with find first. Find the deal. And I think this was talked about a little bit already as well, but it's true. This is, the path. So they think, well, I just need to find the right deal. And I know that's what I thought when I first started. I was like, oh, I just need to find the right property. But that's backwards, actually. And we start with fund at Keyspire, and successful investors start with fund. So because, until you understand your financial position, your capital options, you're just guessing. And when you're guessing, that feels really uncertain. That feels really shaky. It's scary. And everything feels uncertain. But when fund becomes clear, your funding options, then the find becomes more focused. And that's where real momentum begins. So let me bring this to life for you a little bit. I want to tell you about Sarah. So she is a real coaching client of mine. She was, and she has 3 kids, a full-time job, a very busy life, and I'm sure everyone can relate to this. And like many people, she was tired, she was exhausted, and at the end of the week, she just kept thinking, there has to be a better way. And I know I thought that too, as well. There has to be a smarter way, a better way. But she noticed something interesting, that most people who had time freedom and financial freedom invested in real estate. And I got to be honest, I felt the same way too. Just kind of making, observations, getting to know people, looking around. And it is true, it was a common theme. They invested in real estate. But she still felt stuck. Again, it's them, but this is me. Because she didn't know where to start, though. And that's when she found Keyspire, and I had the opportunity and the privilege to coach with her. I really did enjoy all my coaching, but just speaking of Sarah, she was kind, she was humble, and she lacked some confidence, and it was the confidence of not knowing what to do, but it was also the confidence that she didn't feel like she was enough even. So I saw Jazz's t-shirt there, "You are enough." And we all are enough. We all are enough to have this success, to have all the things in life that we want to have. We do need to push our boundaries, though, and we do need to know that we deserve it. You've got to feel like you deserve it. And that changes everything. It changes your approach, it changes your attitude, it changes your energy, it changes the projection. So I did feel privilege, and I do feel privilege and opportunity, and I'm so grateful for everyone I have ever coached, and everyone I continue to coach and future coaching. I love it, and I love helping people and teaching people. And so her and I set the roadmap out, gave her an overview, and we didn't start with properties. Again, we started with fund. And honestly, she didn't love that at first, because looking at properties is exciting, right? I mean, by a show of, put it in the chat, if you don't mind. I mean, who loves to look at properties? I love looking at properties. I think Michael even just said previously he loved looking at properties. Like, I didn't want to, Sarah and even myself, when I was coaching her and even before I started, I didn't want to look at properties. I mean, sorry, I wanted to look at properties. I didn't want to do the numbers. Exactly. You love looking. Deanna, my favorite hobby. Same with me. My favorite hobby. We would take my son. My daughter didn't really want to go as much. She was too busy with dance, but my son always wanted to go with us and look at houses. And so drive, yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Didn't love the numbers so much, but you see, it's because when you're not in the system, when you don't have a proven path and a strategy, when you're just on your own and you haven't dug into it and you don't know what you don't know, it scares you and you're like, oh, well, and what do? We run away from fear. So it's like, well, I don't want to look at the numbers. I don't care. I just want to look at the properties. So I would go to properties and take pictures and I loved it. I loved it. But Sarah didn't love it that we didn't start with find first, because it's exciting to look for properties. But instead we looked at her financial position, her resources, her sources of capital, her funding options. And we dug into that. And then something shifted and she got more clarity. It was like, aha, okay. Oh, okay, I get it now. I don't get the whole thing, but I get it. I get it to this point, which is great, which is great. We need to have those mini wins along the way. We need to have aha moments. We need to congratulate ourselves, and we need to be happy about where we are and what we've accomplished. Because clarity creates confidence. And so when she got clarity, she was more confident. Now, instead of guessing, she understood what was possible for her. So we moved to find. And this is where everything changed as well. So another amazing change is that, but this is where, some people and a lot of people get overwhelmed as well, the find, right, as well. But at Keyspire, find is not about looking everywhere. Find is about being strategic, knowing the type of property, having dug through, going through the lessons, going through the coaching, being coached and understanding the path and what is going to work for you. And so it's about the market, what's your criteria, and a strategy and a plan. And does your plan align with your goals, right? Very, very important. We always check that. There's so many facets to this, and we always check that. So now Sarah wasn't just looking everywhere, wasn't casting a big, huge net. She was more focused and she wasn't overwhelmed. And she was very focused. So just really important, clarity and focus. So she knew what she could afford. She knew what her funding strategy was. She knew what she was looking for, that it would align with her goals, and what actually was going to work for her. And here's what people miss, that it wasn't the market that changed. It was her clarity. So not the market, as Yaz and Michael already talked about earlier, is the market's always going to change. And yes, there are some strategies that will work better in different markets, but there's always an opportunity to invest in a market no matter what it's doing, because there's so many strategies. So her clarity had changed. And that's what allowed her to recognize the deal that worked for her. And then she took action on her first deal. And I was step by step with her through the whole thing. The numbers, like every single aspect we go through. Whatever you need, we go through it. And that's how it is. We are committed to helping our investors be successful. And that's what the path is. And I get a little bit teary because, she just thought it could never happen. And it was a big moment. It was a very big moment. And I'm so proud of her. And lots of investors, they all have their own journey, but, this is how it goes. This is how it goes, the proven system and the successes and the realizations and the aha moments. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's not always easy. I'm not going to say it's easy, because it's not always easy. You have to put the time in, you have to follow the plan, you have to do your homework, you've got to push yourself a little bit outside your comfort zone, but that's where the gold is. That's what makes the difference. If this was easy, everyone would do it. But it is easier when you have a proven system and someone to help walk you through it. So her clarity was what changed, and have you ever looked at listings and thought like, I have no idea, is this a good deal? Because I know that was me. And until you do the numbers, you don't know if it's a good deal. And even if the numbers work, is it the deal for you? Is it the right deal for you? So really important, and it wasn't the deal. It's clarity. It's clarity. It's not a deal problem, it's a clarity problem. And if once you get clear, then that roadblock and that goes away, right? That goes away, and so many things just open up. And it's not even the first, the first deal changes a lot of things, but it's, after that, after the first deal, confidence grows, clarity improves. Oh, I get it now from start to finish. I got it. I understand. I got it. I understand. And even though no deal is ever going to be the same, and you can expect some bumps along the road, but you have your team in place, you have your system in place, you have your experience behind you, and your decisions get faster. And that's how portfolios are built, one property at a time and following the system. Not from one perfect deal, but from following the system. And in Sarah's case, that was the Keyspire results roadmap. So here's the takeaway that, she didn't have it all figured out, which I think I've already said, but she followed the right path. And that was the most important thing. So if you take one thing from today, let it be this, and that's you don't need everything figured out, guys. And you don't need the perfect deal, and you don't need the perfect market, and you don't need to do this alone either. You need the right path, and you need the right guidance, because this works. And more importantly, it can work for you too. It can work for everyone. So if you're sitting, if you're sitting there and you're thinking, yeah, I'm ready for more. I want more time. I want more freedom. I want more control over my future. I want clarity. I want clarity. I want what, you want what you want. Your dreams are your dreams. Your goals are your goals. And if you really want that, then you're ready. You're ready. You're absolutely ready. And that's what I have to share with you today. This comes from my heart. It comes from real experience as an investor and as a coach for thousands of hours. And I love all of my coaching. I can't wait. I hope to see you guys down the road. I'm looking forward to meeting you all and coaching with you, and I'm excited for you. And I want to say thanks to Michael for having me on. Michael, back to you.
Anne-Marie, my pleasure. Thank you. You did a wonderful job. Anne-Marie is a one-on-one practitioner, and so when I put her in these group settings, it's always, outside of what her unique ability is, but she always does such a great job. So thank you for sharing, Anne-Marie. I appreciate it. Anne-Marie, as one of our coaches, she's got an over 93% 5-star coaching rating. So, over 93% of her ratings are 5 stars. And her total, I think your total average is like 4.89 or 4.9, which is absolutely wild. 5 stars with a couple 4 stars in there. So, out of every 1,000 sessions, 94 of them are 5-star sessions. So, 940 are 5-star sessions. It's amazing. Anne-Marie, thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we're doing well. We're clipping along. I'm just going to share a couple things here to recap what Anne-Marie was saying. Let me see if we can see my screen here. Yes. Okay, so the Keyspire results roadmap. Anne-Marie brought that up a number of times. You've heard this come up And I want to just bring us back to simple frameworks. That's what we try and do at Keyspire, because the world can be complicated if we don't try and make it simple. So here's a simple framework I want to share is the Keyspire Results Roadmap. This is what we will walk you through starting at the 3-day workshop. And actually before the 3-day workshop, your one-on-one call with your strategist will walk you through what part you are at in this Keyspire Results Roadmap. That's why that one-on-one strategy session is so important. But let's talk about the roadmap. It starts with fund. You heard that loud and clear from both the Thornhill sisters and from Anne-Marie. Most people go out there and they'll start looking at properties, finding, God forbid, they start putting out offers without having the system in place. And then they wonder why it didn't work out. And then they wonder why they not only didn't make money, but they may have lost $10, $20, $30, $40,000 is literally the mistake that you can make if you don't do the right things in the right order. So we fund first. What does that mean? We walk you through an intentional system of the 5 funding building blocks. I'm going to go over them right after our next 2 speakers. I'm going to bring us home and I'm going to show you the 5 funding building blocks. You cannot miss that. And we show you how to stack those to create every single deal. And then our coaches will help you find out what your budget is, what your maximum allowable that you can borrow. So real estate isn't a no, it's a yes to everybody. It's just how much can you afford? How much can you borrow? How much, what does your capital stack look like? And that helps us then use Scott's methodology into find. We look at the 2 parts of finding, the market and the actual property. Within the market, we walk you through step by step how to find the market. Scott gave you some of that today. In that market, we walk you through step by step how to find that property, how to analyze that property, how to put in the deal analyzer. We teach you how to be the magnet, the seeker, or the delegator. There's three ways that you can find actual properties. Once you are hone into that property, that system where you've got the 1 or you've got the 10 that you're going to put offers in, we teach you how to put in the offers. What type of conditions might make sense? What are the different offer strategies, from the reverse offer to the backup offer to the double offer? And then eventually we buy a property, but it's not over yet. It's just started. We show you how to add value. What is the checklist where you're going to add the most amount of value so you can increase your wealth and increase your income as fast as possible? Now, I say as fast as possible. You're not going to be a millionaire overnight, but we also don't want you to have to wait 5, 10, 15 years for the market to go up. We want to do active appreciation. So you're investing your time and your new knowledge from Keyspire to increase the value. And then we have 3 ways to get paid. That's it. There's 3 ways to get paid on our income property. We can rent it out. We're going to get first and last month's rent, and you're going to put $5,000 or $6,000 in your pocket right away with first and last month's rent. So $200 workshop, $5,000 or $6,000 in your pocket with first and last month's rent, and $2,000 or $3,000 for the rest of your life every month. That sounds like a pretty good deal. That's number 1. We can rent it. Number 2, we could sell it. All right. If you need to generate some cash, we could sell it and take whatever that increased value that you created and you get a check for that. The third is we could flip it to yourself. So the second is we can flip it. The third is you flip it to yourself, which is a combination of strategy 1 and 2. We're going to rent the property and then we're going to refinance it so that we can access that amount of money that we put in without having to pay tax on it. Okay, this is freaking huge. This is how Scott and I exploded our portfolio in those first 5 years, by using tax-free money to continue to grow and continue to grow and continue to grow. And that's the 5-part results roadmap. That is what our system brings you through. Now, I will mention the Keyspire proven process looks something like this. I put the QR code back in the corner there. So if you haven't secured your seat at the workshop yet and got your tickets to the workshop, make sure you get your tickets now. Even if you've been to the workshop before, go again. We have a lot of people that go once a year just to make sure they keep that axe sharp. So step 1 is typically what we do is we'll qualify you to make sure that you would be a great coaching client before you come in through our system. And then if you're qualified, you get the privilege of purchasing a strategy session for $297. And then if that strategy session goes well, then you can come to our virtual workshop where we're testing out each other. All right. Is Keyspire right for you? And are you right for Keyspire? In the meantime, you're learning a ton and learning the entire system. And then step 4 would be our results coaching program, where we're going to turn that roadmap into action and into income. Now, you've got a very unique opportunity here today because you're here live. We're putting step 1, step 2, and step 3 all together for you. So you're basically going to skip the queue. Not only that, you are getting the strategy session for free, the $297 strategy session absolutely for free. The way we do the qualification is we'll ask you some questions, or your strategist will, but we want to make sure you get that strategy session for free because you are here with us live. And you're going to get that virtual workshop at the massive offer today, the massive discount, regular $19.97. We've done all around North America, $19.97. You're going to get it for $197. So we've put step 1, 2, and 3 together for you, and you'll come to the workshop. You'll get the systems, and if coaching is right for you, if it's a good fit for you, then you can talk to our team about having a coach like Anne-Marie hold your hand every step of the way. All right, but let's not get there yet. Let's start with installing the systems into your brain, the mindset into your brain. Let's get you to that workshop, and how you do that is with this three-day QR code here. So I wanted to bring us back into the workshop, and I want you to get all these goodies. These are all the goodies you're going to get with the workshop, all right? Normally, we would either sell these separately or not sell them at all, and you get them when you come to the workshop. So you're going to get all the goodies. Now, let's move on. We got 3 more sessions for you today. Can you believe it? We've got our next speaker, and then we have Scott coming back up to really dig into the money, and then I'm going to take us home with the 5 funding building blocks, and you're all going to love it. You're going to be able to take that and work with it right away. After Anne-Marie's session, I hope you're thinking, yes, I can do this. All right. I believe. You've got to believe it first. Before you come to a workshop, before you do anything, you got to believe that you're capable of this. And even if you don't have the skills now, it's not about the skills, because we're going to develop those. It's just about your just willingness to make it happen. If you're willing to make it happen, you can make it happen. All right, we found the market we want. We've got a system for that. We understand the mindset. But what happens when I actually have to make an offer? So that step 3 here, the buy step, let's dig into that a little bit now. We've talked about fund and find. Let's dig into the buy step a little bit. When it's real money, a real seller, and a real decision, what are you going to do? So I'm going to bring Stephen Libben up here. Stephen has been our workshop trainer for many, many years. He's trained literally thousands of students of Keyspire and created, I don't even know how much wealth has been created from what he has taught people, but the reviews are amazing. You've seen some of them over there. Stephen is going to walk you through a little teaser of what you'll learn at the workshop. And I just say teaser, more of a preview of what you'll learn at the workshop, because he doesn't have 3 days here. We've given him about 20 minutes, but I wanted him to be here so you can meet him. Those of you that are coming to workshop, just put in the chat on Zoom, put in the chat on YouTube. Yeah, I'm coming to the workshop. Stephen, write it right to Stephen. Stephen, I'll see you there. And I want you to meet Stephen ahead of time, and I wanted you to learn what he's about to teach you. He's going to help you with something that he calls the offer gap, where 90% of investors never cross this. He's going to show you exactly how to cross this offer gap. And then everything that you're going to learn, he's now going to continue at one of those 2 3-day workshops. You got 2 to choose from. Stephen, thank you for being here, spending your Saturday afternoon with this group. You spend so many weekends with our Keyspire students and Keyspire attendees. I really appreciate it.
Hey, it's great to be here, Michael, as always. And I've been attentive to everything that's been going on. As a matter of fact, I want to address a couple of things here that have been already addressed. And I want people to know, Scott alluded to this earlier, but I want people to know that you are the systems engineer of all systems engineers. And truly, from all the frameworks that you've shared, I apply all the frameworks, and I'm just happy to have you there. So I don't have to create those frameworks, which I won't rise to your level, but it would take me so much time. And you always talk about cheat codes. So for those that don't know you yet, don't know Keyspire that well yet, those frameworks are really, really powerful. And not to be matched or unmatched, but your workflows of literally A follows B follows C, and everything is just organized in a way that you can execute it. Now, what's really interesting is all of that is absolutely worthless if you don't do something, right? I mean, you and I have said this so many times before. Scott made a great point. I wrote this down. He says, people buy the rumors, not the news. So people would rather buy the nonsense that's going on, sit back and wait for things to change, than actually realize what's under it is one of those great opportunities. Now, you know, the deal of the century in real estate can come around once a week if you know what you're doing, because Scott also said that we create deals, we just don't go find them. So when people go out and look for a deal, it's not jumping up and saying, hey, by the way, I'm here. It's, hey, you got to look a little bit deeper. before you go a little bit further. A couple of other things I picked up, Michael, before I roll into what I want to share is jazz. And I always love jazz, right? But when he distilled into making offers, that was just simple, easy to follow. The numbers are the numbers. Now I can say this. How many of you, maybe by show of hands, in one way or another in the comments, how many of you would like to learn how to write 5 offers in one day without breaking a sweat? I'm just watching the comments. What if I told you that you could write 44 offers in a day? In fact, that's not even accurate. You can write 44 offers at lunch and still enjoy your lunch. And the reason I'm saying, why 44? Where do I come up with 44? Because frankly, that's the most offers I ever wrote at one time. And when I say wrote, I didn't write any of them. I have somebody on my team that wrote them all while I went for lunch with the broker. So everything is about leverage. And Michael, you were talking before about just basically leveraging everything. And, that's what's really powerful about what we talk about. Then I saw also, Bailey and Kirsten, who doesn't love these two? The most authentic. I'm gonna show you all the crap that happens in the real world, but I'm also gonna show you what it takes to be persistent and resilient. But I hope you also I hope everybody picked up the value of seeing working together. When you can work together, when you have somebody else that's on the same path as you, it just becomes that much easier. And then, of course, something I just had happen in the last 2 weeks when they brought up the personal letter. I don't have time to go into that right now, but I'm involved in an estate sale right now where the heirs received a personal letter, and it made the difference between accepting that offer and not accepting that offer was the personal letter. So do not underestimate any little thing that you learn along the way. But I'm going to keep going back because there's something called the offer gap that I'm going to get to here in a moment. And of course, Anne-Marie, my gosh, the only thing I'm going to say about Anne-Marie is this. She exudes calm amidst the chaos, right? To listen to Anne-Marie is like for my blood pressure to go down, and my blood pressure is not even high. So my blood pressure to go down, for me to chill out, for me to take a deep breath, like, okay, and distilling it. And that's the power of a coach. Everybody is different. Everybody that you've heard about that. Now, for me, those of you that don't know me, you know that, well, you'll come to learn that I'm a bit of a contrarian. I say, you don't have to love real estate to make a fortune in real estate. Let me be clear. You don't have to love it. You just have to love what it does for you, your life, your family, and everybody else. But you don't have to walk around talking about real estate 24/7. Heck, nobody even knows what I do. So I think that that's powerful. The other contrarian part is, unlike many people that have started with a lot, I started with $100,000 in debt with no job and no other prospects and a wife working overtime to cover our overhead. So if you have ever found yourself in a challenging situation, or you're in one right now, just know that everything can change the instant you start to take a different set of actions. I want to share that with everybody as well. Oh, and lastly, I want you to know that you can actually be lazy, just not unproductive. There's a difference that you don't have to be working this like a job, a 24. This has to fit comfortably in your busy life. And I hope that that's important. Now, I've spoken for a couple of minutes on just kind of rolling things up. So hopefully Michael won't pull the cane and pull me off stage. But I also want to start with something in what I want to share with you. I want to really start with something that may be a little bit uncomfortable for some of you, but it's totally true. And what that really is that most people who want to invest in real estate, listen carefully, do not lose money on their first deal. They don't lose money on their first deal. They lose momentum on the deal they never make. They spend months, sometimes years, learning, They're busy watching videos, they're attending trainings, they're reading books, they're studying the markets, they're listening to podcasts, they're running the numbers, they're asking questions, they're going to a networking meeting, they're going to an investor meeting. Maybe they even tell people that they're getting into real estate, but they never actually submit an offer. And I want everybody to write this down that's going to do anything with real estate, which is every one of you, because you either own it or you're paying someone who does. I want you to write this down. All roads must lead to the offer. And everything else is stuff that you can learn, that you can be supported, but all roads lead to the offer. And the gap, or that gap between understanding real estate and really acting on it, is what I call the offer gap. And in my personal view, this is where a huge number of would-be investors get stuck. And they don't get stuck because they're lazy or they're stupid or they don't care. They get stuck because at the exact moment that they need to move from learning into action, something breaks down. So in the time that I have left, I want to help you see that gap clearly, understand why it happens. And I also want you to actually understand what needs to change to move from interested to active. I'm also going to invite all of you that are on the VIP side, you're in the Zoom, turn on your cameras. Don't be in the witness protection program. Be fully engaged with me. I get to see you. I get to shout out. And, you know, I know many of you, we've done trainings, we've done advanced stuff together. So let's talk about this offer gap, right? Why 90% of investors who actually know what to do never submit their first offer. And the short reason is knowing is not doing. The offer gap is just the distance between knowing what to do and what matters and acting on it. And that's where tons of people live. They understand the basics. Sometimes they understand more than the basics. Heck, sometimes they could teach the class because they know the language, they know the jargon, they know the strategies, they know the concepts. And when it comes to making the actual offer or tell the agent to write one up, they put themselves in motion. No, they stall. And the dangerous part is that a lot of people stay in that gap so long that they just call it preparation. And then they call it things like, well, you know, I'm still learning. I still need more clarity. Oh, I need to be responsible. I'm waiting for the right deal. I'm almost ready. My gosh, if I hear one more person say, I'm almost ready, what are you almost ready for? The markets are going up, I'm almost ready. The markets are going up, down, I'm almost ready. The markets are flat, I'm almost ready. Somewhere in there, you had to be able to take action. And the truth is, and when I teach in the workshop, there's money to be made in every part of the market cycle, up, down, flat, volatile, it doesn't matter. There's over 30 strategies, 5 or 6 of them apply to every single market cycle. And sure, some preparation is absolutely necessary, but there comes a point where preparation stops becoming useful and it becomes what I call justified procrastination, right? It becomes like you're protecting yourself. You're protecting yourself from discomfort, from uncertainty, maybe from feeling foolish. And frankly, that's where far too many people stay far too long. So if you've looked at deals, you've talked about doing something, you felt close but still haven't moved, you're not unusual, but you're in the offer gap. And that's the part that you need to get out of. So let's talk about what stuck really looks like in the real world, in maybe what you're looking at. If it looks like researching markets over and over, but never choosing a market, if it looks like analyzing property after property, but never actually pulling the trigger, if it looks like saying, I'm just waiting for the right, I don't know, fill in the blanks, or I'm just going to wait 6 months till this changes, and that becomes 12 months, and that becomes forever, and that becomes a regret. If it looks like having lots of language, lots of conversations, and very little movement, if it looks like You're able to explain investing at a dinner table better than anybody could possibly understand it, but you're not able to say, hey, I just want to brag that I submitted an offer last week. If you're not saying I submitted an offer in the last week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you're in the offer gap. And I definitely want to point something out. It doesn't just happen to beginners. Oh, I'm a beginner. No, that's just another reason, right? It happens to smart people. It happens to even investors that get stuck because they've been a fair weather investor and the market's changed on them. They don't know how to make money in a down market or in an up market. They don't know the opposite. I think about the stock market, how people don't know how to make money in the start, where everybody's just sitting, waiting, watching. You have to understand what's happening, and you have to understand that taking action is the safest thing to do, and inaction is the most dangerous thing to do. My personal mantra is money moves or it dies. If you have your money sitting doing nothing, it's losing money every moment of every day just to inflation. And in a few short years, you've lost a third of your money from having done nothing, sitting on the sidelines. And because this happens also to smart people, these are capable people, they're responsible people, they're analytical people. And frankly, sometimes the smarter someone is, the easier it is for them to stay stuck because they justify the waiting with logic. They use words like what? Caution, discipline. I'm just being smart about this. And sometimes it is, no doubt. I mean, sometimes these things have to be considered, but most of the time it's nothing more than fear dressed up in a costume. And that's why this matters so much, because many people think that they're progressing when they're really just engaged. You know how people say, oh, if you're engaged, you're winning. No, not at all. Engagement is not execution. Learning is not execution. Interest is not execution. At some point, if you want investor results, guess what? You need investor behavior. If this is landing for you, let me know in the chat. If you're with me on the Zoom side, let me know in the comments if any of this is landing for you. Let's take a moment and talk about why people stall. Why does this even happen? And I can only give you from my experience, but my experience is worth something. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I've worked with all sorts of people. I've helped personally and professionally thousands of people. And it becomes evident to me that there are these 5 reasons. And the first one, which I think is the biggest one, they think the offer has to be perfect. And this one gets a lot of people. This one really trips up a lot of people. They treat their first offer like it's some giant final judgment of their intelligence. It's judging their future. It's judging them as a person. Their identity is wrapped up in this. Look, your first offer is not a marriage proposal, okay? It's just a move. It's one step in a series of small steps that gets you eventually where you want to go. And yes, it should be thoughtful. Of course, it should be thoughtful, but you should also understand what you're doing naturally. But many people are holding back at this stage because they think that the first offer has to be flawless. It has to be fully optimized. It has to be, oh my gosh, heaven forbid, it has to be risk-free. You know, I'll give you one guarantee in life, right? Not the ones you're expecting. But how about this one? Do nothing, get nothing. Is that fair? That's the only guarantee I give people. Do something and you've got a shot to change your life forever for the better. And not just for you, but the people that matter to you. And you know what? People you don't even know that you'll help along the way. But the truth is that if you're waiting and waiting and waiting and for till it to be fully optimized, to be risk-free, or to prove that you're, just to show you that you're actually already ready, that standard that you're setting for yourself is fantasy land. It's impossible. The second one is that people often confuse knowledge with readiness. And you know what's funny about that? We often say, what removes fear? have you ever heard the expression that knowledge removes fear? I used to buy into that all the time, and to a certain degree, it's true. If you know what to do, then you shouldn't be afraid of it. But maybe fear isn't the only thing that's at play here. So oftentimes, these very same people tell themselves they need one more webinar, they need one more podcast to listen to, one more spreadsheet to review. Michael talks about the deal analyzer. Well, long before Michael created the deal analyzer, when I got started, there was no deal analyzer. There was no AI. There was no, I mean, the internet was in its infancy. And yet somehow we still had systems for what was available those days. And in 5 years from now, we'll just be telling our microphones, our phone, what it is we're looking for, go out and find it. And that's all about agentic AI. And people are afraid of AI. It's something to be, whether you need to be afraid of it or not is irrelevant. It's a tool. Just like money is a tool, credit is a tool, right? All these things are tools to build wealth. But they think oftentimes that more information will eventually create certainty. Can any of you agree that you can have all the information in the world that doesn't make you any more certain? Because certainty is something that never happens. It's clarity that you need. And clarity doesn't often come before action. A lot of clarity comes from action. You don't always have to think your way into motion. Sometimes you just have to move your way into clarity. Actually, that was really well said. I should write that down. Oh, it's recorded. Perfect. The third one is they feel looking stupid. Like they fear looking stupid. And I learned this a long time ago from one of my personal mentors. He said, stop worrying about what other people think of you, because newsflash, they're not thinking of you. Boy, was he right. I came to learn they're busy thinking about themselves and all the problems that they have. They're not thinking about you. And yes, money matters, right? And a lot of people think that fear is mainly financial, but it's not. A lot of people are actually as afraid of embarrassment, or maybe you tried something years ago and it didn't work, and you're afraid of, that repeating or whatever. Look, before I got trained, my first foray into real estate was I bought a $125,000 bungalow. And 5 years later, I sold it for 105. Now, how many of you think you want to be taught by that guy? How to pay $125,000, sell it 5 years later for 105, plus my interest rate on my mortgage was 12.75%. Oh, I had a good mortgage back in the 80s. That was a low mortgage rate. You with me? I ended up paying out $40,000 in interest, plus $25,000 in equity loss. I lost $65,000 on a $125,000 deal that only 18 months before I bought it was purchased for $87,000. I missed that time. So I was chasing somebody else's game that I knew nothing about. But it was a house to live in with my young family, and everybody told me, do this, do this, do this, get a mortgage from there. Don't worry, 12.75, that's a reasonable rate. Take that mortgage. I didn't have money. I borrowed it from my mom. Like, you get that, right? Like, this is just normal stuff. The second foray into real estate was I got involved with a guy who promised that he knew everything, and he stole $100,000. And I said, you know what? I'm not doing this real estate thing. It's obviously there's criminals and there's this and there's that. And I created a mindset around that it's never going to work. I'm just going to have to work my tail off to make my life work. And then it wasn't until a few years after that that I realized that was a me way of thinking, but that wasn't what was really going on. It was me not knowing what to do, not being supported, being overwhelmed and underconfident, and all of the above. When that changed, everything changed. But for years, I was afraid of all the embarrassment. So you don't want to make a low offer because you have the agent who's going to tell you that you're foolish. Now I just tell agents what they're going to do. They don't like it. Don't be my agent. They work for me, right? And you're going to learn how they work for you. You know, you don't want to ask what sounds like a basic question because you'll feel foolish. No, it's not true. They don't want to even tell a spouse or a partner because their spouse or partner will think they're reckless. Come to the workshop training and I'll tell you how that was my life as well. But not just to tell you a story, so that you can actually learn how to interact with people in a way that they'll support you when initially they don't. And then they don't want to be the one in the room who should know better. So they stay in observation mode. So they're quiet and they stay respectable and they stay stuck. And a shocking number of people are not blocked by the math, by the way. They're blocked by the ego. And fourth, they don't have a repeatable way to evaluate deals. And that gets practical, right? This is where things get actually strategic. A lot of people have information, but they don't have a framework. I go back to Michael and the value of Michael's frameworks and workflows and all the things. I call it deal flow. You know, when Jazz talked about having all those offers, well, what if you can review 100 properties in 15 minutes and end up with 10 properties that are worth writing an offer, most of which will be no, but all you need is the one to say yes that makes sense, and you're off to the races. So these people that are stuck, they don't have a process for asking, is this a fit? What job is this deal supposed to do for me anyways? I got tons of people say, I want to do a BRRRR. I go, why? They say, I don't know. Well, then why do you want to do a BRRRR? I want to do subject to. I read that was cool. Why do you want to do subject to? I want to do a land contract. I heard. Doesn't matter. You have to figure out the job that the deal is supposed to do for you, not what you're supposed to fit something into. You want to know what are the real risks, not the make-believe ones. You want to know what matters most in this scenario. What would make this a yes or a no or a maybe? What am I not seeing? And without a framework, every deal is going to feel super heavy. Every property is going to feel like a giant deal, right? Big event. And every possible offer is going to feel just loaded with self-doubt. And that's exhausting. And I can tell you, because I've been there, it leads to inaction. And lastly, they're trying to do a team sport alone. A lot of people who are stuck are not undereducated. They are under-supported. They don't have enough real-world examples. In the workshop, I do case studies with real-world examples, not something made up, not something AI generated, real stuff. They don't have enough guidance, so they don't know what moves to make at the proper time. They don't do enough pressure testing. Anybody that knows me knows that I will pressure test a deal till it screams uncle, or I'm going to go forward and make an offer. And pressure testing is just a way of looking at things objectively, but you need a framework or you need a system for that. And they don't have enough structure around the decision. So they don't know if the decision makes sense. So they sit alone with their browser, a calculator, maybe AI, but a nervous system that's saying, oh, gee, I don't know. I don't think so, not yet. And that is a very hard way to be an investor. So let me jump to what this is costing. Let's talk about the real cost, because if this were harmless, it wouldn't matter at all. But the offer gap is incredibly expensive, and not just financially, psychologically. It's expensive strategically. It's expensive personally. First of all, let's face it, it costs real opportunities and real money and real futures. And no offer means no accepted offers, and no accepted offers means no deal flow and no ownership and no reps and no progress and no money and no future. And not making an offer delays learning, because there are things you simply can't learn properly from sitting on the sidelines. The sidelines, you're not going to learn concepts. You're not going to learn the jargon, the vocabulary. You're not going to learn patterns or how to see patterns better. But judgment and timing and confidence and negotiation awareness and decision strength, those all deepen tremendously through doing. And thirdly, it kills momentum. When people stay in the idea stage too long, the energy starts to leak out. And then not only that, when they were first feeling excited, now they're feeling depressed. What felt possible, like I can do this, my life is going to change, now feels so far away that over time, people stop saying, I'm getting started, and they quietly adapt to doing nothing. And maybe the biggest cost of everything is the identity side to this, because the longer you stay in this analysis mode, the easier it becomes to mistake that for progress. The more I do stuff, the more I think I'm doing stuff that matters, but you're not. So you start seeing yourself as someone who is serious, although you're not moving. Someone who wants it, but hasn't done it. And that's all part of being almost ready for a very long time. It's a brutal place to live. And I'm being, emphatic about it because I've been in that brutal place to live. And the cost of not making your first offer is not just the property you miss, it's the investor that you simply never become. So the solution is simple. How do we close the gap? Through guided action, through a framework. We don't sit through endless education. That's why when you finish the 3-day workshop, the first thing we talk about is implementation. What is it going to be? What are you going to do in the first 30, 60, 90 days? What are you going to do in this first 5 days after the workshop? So that you'll have a framework that'll help you assess the deals and make better decisions. It's seeing real examples, not just theory. It's leaning and learning into the experiences that investors think through and how they look at risk and how they fund, which is coming up shortly, and better decisions. It's getting enough of the right support so that you don't have to manufacture certainty out of thin air. And you may never have heard it said this way, but it's kind of like working out. It's about repetition. Because confidence does not normally show up first. Confidence gets built. And while you can borrow somebody else's confidence, you're going to want and need your own confidence. But your own confidence gets built through the action and the pattern recognition and the support. And that distinction has a huge impact because people often wait for confidence before they act, so they wait forever. In reality, they just need to act in the right environment with the right support so they can grow. And that's why people stay stuck on their own for such a long time. And then suddenly, as if by magic, they start moving once they get around the right structure, the right examples, the right room. Not because they suddenly got any smarter, because the path became clear or clearer and it became usable. So as I wrap things up, I want you to understand that not just because I'm a Keyspire trainer, that's not a job. That's something I love to do. And frankly, somebody did it for me, and the cost is irrelevant. If you don't have $197 or what 90, I didn't even pay attention to the price because honestly, it shouldn't matter. If you don't have whatever they're asking, even if it was $2,000, because when I got started, it was $5,000 that I did not have, but I found a way. But if you don't have 200, 2,000 or 20,000, you need to do something, right? Hopefully it's this, because if there was a better thing to do, I would probably master that over 20 years and teach it too. But I want to be one of the people that formally invite you to join the 3-day workshop. Mostly because if any of this sounds familiar, if you've been learning, thinking, circling around, analyzing, waiting, but not moving, the answer is not to beat yourself up. It's to get into the right room, literally the right room. And that room will help you build your framework. That room will get you to see things through real examples, through real strategy, real deal evaluation. I'll show you how to take years and turn them into hours and hours and turn them into minutes. And believe it or not, I'll show you how to recognize a deal in under 60 seconds. And that's because it takes me 30 seconds to explain how you're going to do it. We'll get into the funding and the support and the interactions. And that's exactly why the upcoming 3-day workshop is so powerful, because in just about, oh gee, I went over time. Sorry about that, Michael. But in the time that I spent with you today, all I can really do is help you see the problem more clearly. But in the workshop, the goal is to help you actually solve it, to help you think better, to help you assess better, decide better, and move with confidence. So if you recognize yourself in this offer gap, don't just sit around, nod, and do nothing. Use the moment, this moment, take the next step, join the 3-day workshop, and give yourself a real chance to move from knowing into doing. I really value you for being here. And this is just a little bit of what things are like in the workshop, but not as intense, and not as, there are moments of this intensity, I promise you, not as quick. We slow things down. All your cameras are on. We've got an interactive environment for you to benefit from. We've got breakout sessions. We've got case studies. We've got worksheets. We've got activities. You've got an open Q&A. So as we're going, you can ask questions. We've got an ongoing chat. It's really an incredible experience. Just ask anybody that's here today in the Zoom or in the YouTube. If anybody's been through the program, I'm sure they're going to say amazing things about that. But we will get you so that you're actually able to get deals done. And with that, it's the perfect time to turn things over or back over to Michael, because once someone starts closing the gap between learning and acting, the next question is pretty obvious. How the heck am I going to fund these deals? So Michael, with that, my friend, back to you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Stephen has, if he had 5 days, he would give you value bombs for 5 days. So giving him 20 minutes is always a disservice, but he does it for us. And thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. And I can't wait for those of you that are coming to our 3-day workshop to meet Stephen. We've already, I think we have 1 date left available. I'm not sure if both are still available. And I just checked in with the team, and we have strategy sessions, Stephen, already starting this afternoon and tomorrow. So those of you that want to do this will do this. And you're already getting started by the end of the weekend. Some of you are already going to have your entire strategy session complete and prep for the workshop. So super excited for you. Now we're going to do 3 more things before we end the day. There's more. I mean, we got so much more. So Scott and I wanted to make sure we could load this as much as possible for you. We're going to do 3 things, and they're all about funding. We're going to, number 1, I'm going to have Scott up here in just a moment. He's going to tell you the top creative financing solutions, the 5 top creative financing solutions. And then Scott's going to show you how you can get free money from the government. What are some of the programs that are going on right now to give you free money? And then I am going to show you the funding building blocks. I'm going to tie the entire day together with the 5 funding building blocks, same 5 every time, and how you can use those to capital stack your next deal so that you can leave here with what to do next. Finding the property, capital stacking, putting it all together. So before I pull Scott up, what I want to do is I just want to run a quick video here, because I've seen in the questions, we don't have a lot of time to show you people that have been to the workshop. So let me run this quick video, give you a break from our live, and we'll be back in 90 seconds with Scott McGillivray. Richard, let's see if we can get a video, if the technology works here. And then we'll be right back with Scott McGillivray.
Real estate, and I just didn't know where to start. Then the 3-day event prompted me to really get to know what's happening. I signed up for that event, and it was just a life-changing opportunity. I learned so much in that event, and I was like, I think this is what I was looking for. I really didn't know what was going to come out of it, but it was just a deep dive, and my life was changed at that moment. I got knowledgeable, I got educated, I got answers, and once I found that information that I was looking for, I put it into practice. I took action. It was extremely uncomfortable, but I had to really get comfortable being uncomfortable, and it paid off. I got my first property, and I haven't stopped since. It's addictive. I am continuing to grow my portfolio. It makes the biggest difference if you take action. Invest in yourself. Get educated. That education gives you that confidence to take the next step and the next step, and next thing you'll be at the top of the staircase, and you just wonder how you got there, just by the small steps that you take.
My first time experiencing Keyspire, I was like, this is the group that I need to be part of, because they're doing it. These are the people who know what they're talking about and who I can learn from. It opened a whole world of possibilities for me. Before that, I wanted to invest in real estate. I didn't know how. I was like one of those people watching Scott's show, Income Properties, and all I wanted to do is having a house as an income suite. That was the ceiling of my dreams. But coming to the Keyspire event basically showed me that I can dream bigger, and it's not just a crazy idea. I can actually achieve those things.
My sound. All right, Scott McGillivray is back. The beginning session and one of the last sessions is hard to do, and here he is. He stuck around. Thank you, Scott. Let's talk about creative financing and what's out there with the government funding right now. Over to you, Scott.
Top and tail today. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, everyone. This is like drinking out of a fire hose today for everyone. I totally get it. We've got a lot of information here. I am going to try to bring it home with some of the funding pieces. I am also mindful of the time that we're probably almost half an hour beyond where we wanted to finish. So I hope it's okay that you guys can stick around. I'll condense this a little bit. But I know this is important because anyone who is not invested in real estate or has not invested in real estate or maybe hasn't had success in real estate yet typically thinks the biggest barrier to entry is the money to get into this space. But the reality is there is no other asset class in our economy that is easier or more affordable to get financing for than real estate. Everything else is harder. So if you are going to be an entrepreneur in any sense of the word, being an entrepreneur, real estate investor has the lowest hanging fruit in the financing space. I'm going to share this presentation with you so that I can give you a brief explanation and then a breakdown of some of the things that you probably don't know exist yet. Here we go. Back to sharing. Hopefully everyone can see the presentation here that I have on the screen. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I can see with the chat open. Any confirmations there? So when it comes to qualifying for financing, there is conventional and then there's non-conventional financing. Non-conventional financing I'll get to shortly, but typically you're going to use a combination of each anyway. You might use conventional financing in like the form of a mortgage, and there's a couple different ways that you can access this type of capital. As an individual, you will typically, if you're buying a house under your own name, or if you're buying a primary residence, or maybe your first rental, you will typically go through an individual qualification process. And if you become a more advanced investor, the property itself can help for qualifying for financing as well. And you will get to the point where the property on its own can potentially be the only leverage necessary to qualify for more financing. So as an individual, when you go to get a mortgage, let's call it, or a line of credit, they're going to look at your credit score. They're going to look at your down payment amount and where it's coming from. Oh, I put credit and credit score twice. Just kidding. All right. And I think this first one is supposed to actually be your income. So you've got your income, your down payment, and your credit score. Sources of income can be both passive and active. Typically, they'll look at a job. If you're self-employed, it can be a little harder, but there are specific brokers that can help you with this, which is amazing. The property itself can also contribute, and that will depend on the condition of the property. So if it's in really good condition, typically you can get better financing options. If it's in disrepair, they may take that into consideration as well. And then the use of that property. Is it your primary residence? Is it a rental property? Does it come with some baked in rental income? That's a big one as well. I know that for our first mortgage, we used a lease. We had a signed lease, and we were able to use 80% of the income on that lease to help us qualify for our first mortgage. So there's different ways to qualify for what I call conventional financing. Then we get into a little more creative financing solutions. So if you can't go through a fully conventional process, which a lot of people struggle with, and eventually when you get to your third and fourth property, you're gonna have to get a little more creative. Here's a couple of, sort of tip of the iceberg ways in which we use techniques to come up with the capital required to secure and fix up properties. You can do a joint venture. It's one of the most common. People work together. They combine their resources. Michael and I did this for our first purchase as well. We had no choice. We had to combine everything we had, our incomes, our down payments, our credit scores. We had to do a joint venture because we had no choice. A lot of people think you can only buy a home with maybe your spouse, but apparently you can buy it with your college roommate as well. So you can do a joint venture with a complete stranger. I typically suggest looking for someone who has the compatible traits that are required for you to get that financing. Maybe you're the working partner, maybe they're the money partner. There's a lot of money out there. And if you know how to present your deals through the systems that we have, it becomes a lot easier to get that capital committed to your project. Now, multi-unit properties also offer great financing opportunities in the creative space because of the income that is generated on multi-unit properties. There's qualifying income. In a market like today, we have vendor take-back options. So I will often, especially on a larger purchase, I might put in an offer that also puts into consideration that the seller has to hold the financing for me. It's a win-win. They get a return, an interest payment on their capital. They also have it secured against the property itself, so really nothing to lose but to gain the property back. And you may not have to worry about your own personal qualifying options. Debt shifting, bridge financing, consolidating your debts, private lenders. These all kind of fall into the debt shifting. You may need to reposition some of your debt, consolidate it at lower financing options, or use bridge financing in order to get some of your higher interest loans that you might have a car loan, you might have a credit card loan. Eventually, you want to roll that into real estate because it's a lower cost of financing. And then allocating ownership elsewhere to be able to include someone else as a portion of the owner, but not actively or even passively really involved. This is sometimes done with kids have their parents sign on as a 1% owner. And in that respect, they are using the assets that they have to be able to qualify. This is just the beginning of the honeycomb of creative financing options that are out there. Not to overwhelm you, but wanted to just dive a little deeper into how some of these work. Let me show you how a multi-unit property gives you a competitive advantage. And this is an example that I have used with many first-time investors. And I love it so much because it's the first strategy that I used as well, and it still works today. These are owner-occupied income properties. So number one, it gets owner-occupied status, which is the most affordable and simplest way to qualify for financing. Now, on top of that, you get the rental income offset. So the additional income, let's say you have a two-bedroom apartment in your basement, you can use that income to offset the income gap that you may have for qualifying. Because it is owner occupied, you do not have to hit the 20% down payment that investors need to put on an investment property. You can use a 5% down payment plan, which is what I did to qualify because I didn't have 20% down. And what does this equal? This equals a multi-unit mortgage advantage, a 5% down on an investment property using rental income to offset any income gaps to get the lower rate of an owner-occupied property. And you now have a multi-unit investment property, owner-occupied, with 5% down. This is how Michael and I bought our first property. To show you how nice the math was, we bought it for about $150,000 and we used $7,500 each of our student loan as the down payment to give us a 5% down payment on that property. So this really takes what most people think is out of reach and makes it accessible. What's amazing about this is, again, what Michael and I did. A year later, we ended up moving out of that property. We did not have to top up the down payment. So we now had extra income from the unit that we were living in. We are now having positive cash flow on the property. We still only had 5% of our own money into the property, and we now owned an income property that had a 5% down payment, and we were on to our next one. So there's a rental property house hack there for you, which just is an example of how once you know and understand how these things work, you can put this jigsaw puzzle together in many different ways. All right. I like to think of myself sometimes as a income property mad scientist. Every time someone says you can't do this, I'm like, well, what can I do? What can I do? Right? Tell me the things I can do. I already know all the things I can't do. Everyone else is already telling me that. This is an absolute house hack for investors. What if on top of that, I told you there's all kinds of different government funding programs out there across the country. There are federal programs, there are provincial programs, and there are municipal programs. There's not just funding, there's rebate programs. When it comes to appliances, when it comes to efficiency on homes, there's even mortgage products like the MLI Select program that gives you lower rates, longer amortizations. There's tons of money and funding out there for investors. And that's something that at Keyspire, we help folks navigate. Just to give you my greatest hits on this, I love the Canadian Secondary Suite program. This provides homeowners up to $80,000 at a 2% interest rate with a 15-year amortization to do an income property. This is freaking amazing. I won't get into all the semantics of it, but there's a million different ways that you can use this type of financing. So this changes the math completely. You might be doing the math all wrong, saying, I don't know if it's worth it to do a multi-unit. Once you put this math in place, you're saving tens of thousands of dollars a year because of lower interest rates, better amortizations, and now this extra long-term income that's available. There's the Canada Suite refinance program. Look at this one here. It goes up to a $2 million with a 30-year amortization period. Most people don't even know that this stuff exists, right? Being able to amortize your home or refinance it, sorry, up to 90% LTV. Most people think you can't do that. Again, these are just some of my favorites. I'm not going to go completely in depth on this. But I wanted to show you that these are available all across the country, and there's always new ones coming in. There's always new updates. Even in the last month, we've seen the HST rebate increase to a full HST rebate on new construction. We've seen reduced development fees coming for certain municipalities. We've got government inventory rental transition program. There's so many things. That's just in the last 30 days. So the key is you need to be plugged into a system that keeps you on top of what's available and what's happening so that you don't miss free money from the government. You don't miss super lucrative financing opportunities. If you can get a loan at 2%, that's a lot better than trying to take out a loan at 8% or 6% even, right? You put yourself in a triple advantage over other people who are speculating. All of this obviously happens in our 3-day period. So I wanted to bring back this last opportunity before I hand it over for the deal that we have today for $197 to get access to this. It allows you to take the deep dive. You've already heard from myself and from Michael and from Steven and from Jazz and from Bailey. Who am I missing? You've heard from a lot of folks on our team, and you will have access to all of these folks through this program. So I wanted to make sure I give you one last opportunity before we wrap up today's session to get on the fast track moving forward. I think Anne Marie I didn't mention. Anyhow, that being said, Michael, I want to invite you back to take over and wrap us up and take us home. I hope that this was all extremely helpful for all of you. It is our goal to inform, educate, inspire, and follow through with those who want to become real estate investors. So,
You got it.
yeah, I wish everyone a tremendous amount of luck. And if you don't want to use luck as a strategy, you can go to the workshop and you can, and you can use a pragmatic approach.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Excellent. All right. Let's wrap it up with the funding building blocks here. The funding building blocks. And yeah, absolutely. I don't know if Scott mentioned it, but the workshop, we have 100% money back guarantee. I know he mentioned it earlier. So if you don't get what you want out of it, you don't pay. You're not going to get a return on investment like that. We have put the risk to zero. There's no risk of going to the workshop because if you don't get it, you don't pay, which is fantastic. So the funding building blocks. All right, let's see what we can do here. We're going to wrap up. We were going to wrap up around 3 o'clock. We might go 5 minutes, 3:05 or so, because I want to make sure that you get this. But what am I talking about here with the funding building blocks? Well, in the Keyspire fashion, to try and take a complex system and turn it into something that is easily digestible and easy to follow, we do the funding building blocks. There are 5 building blocks that make up every single funding deal. And the point I'm going to make right now is that the number of deals are unlimited. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of how this works in other parts of the world where you can see exactly what I mean by multiple building blocks can make multiple combinations. The first example I'm going to give you is something called the periodic table of the elements. All right. This is every single element that exists in the universe. There's about 94 elements that exist in the universe. This has 118 on them, but 23 or so of them are man-made. So are just are invented by humans. It's about 94 natural elements. Now, these 94 elements or building blocks, they make up every single thing in the known universe. Everything is made out of these 94 building blocks. This microphone, the screen I'm looking at, the star that heats us, every single thing is made up of these building blocks. So what we can see here is with just 94 building blocks, you can make anything possible. Well, a better example is something here called deoxyribonucleic acid, or as we know, DNA. DNA has 4 building blocks. You can see them there. These 4 building blocks make up every single living organism on the planet. Every bit of life, from a leaf to a bacteria to ourselves, are made of just 4 building blocks. The genetic code, just 4 building blocks. So when we think about how this relates to real estate, if we had 5 building blocks, how many deal combinations could we make? If 4 building blocks could make somewhere in the range of, a billion different organisms throughout history, how many deal combinations could we make with 5? 5 billion, more like a trillion. So my point here is that if you just learn these 5 building blocks, you start to get really good at them. Now the combination of funding your deals becomes limitless. So here's the 5 building blocks. Here's our 5 building blocks. We've got 2 main categories. We've got YOMO and OPM. YOMO means yo money. This is your money. All right, fun way of saying your money, YOMO. And OPM means other people's money. So you got your money and other people's money. Now, I should say that there's no such thing as a no money down deal. I think one of the first events Scott and I saw in like the year 1999 was a guy's like, hey, you want to quit your JOB? We'll show you how to do no money down deals. And I realized later that there's no such thing as a no money down deal because the money's got to come from somewhere. It should really be called a not your money down deal. You need the money to close the deal. It just doesn't have to be your money. So these are our 5 building blocks. We got 2 coming from you. We got your cash, either your personal cash or corporate cash coming from a company. Over a quarter of you are business owners. You will have cash coming from a company. If you have cash coming from a company, it's almost always better to invest with that corporate cash as opposed to send it out to you personally and then invest. That's what you are going to work out with your accountant and tax advisor, but that is a source of capital. And then you've got your personal cash. In YOMO, you also have registered savings accounts. So you could have a TSA, a TFSA, an RRSP, a 401k, IRA. Canada and the US, just depends where you are. But these are savings accounts that are registered with the tax authority. But it's also your cash. You can use that if you can get that out. And there's certain situations where you can and can't use it. We just saw a couple programs that Scott shared where we can actually in Canada use registered savings accounts. In the US, it's a little bit more straightforward. There's a few more programs to use these registered savings accounts, but nevertheless, it's one of our funding building blocks. And then we have institutional lending. This is what we all know really well is like a mortgage. You go to a bank and you get a mortgage, or you go to a bank and you get a line of credit. This is institutional lending. It's called institutional because it's with a regulated institution, and part of their main core business is lending out money. And then you have something called private lending. Private lending are usually just people like you and I that are looking to get a better return on our money, and we don't want to do any work. So private lending is one of the funding building blocks for real estate. Now, with private lending, the key to private lending is it's secured on real estate. If it's not secured on real estate, it's not private lending as a real estate investment. It is unsecured lending, or you might hear it called a promissory note or an IOU, or, it's just not something where you play within the real estate world. You always want to make sure that you have a private lending deal, which means that the deal is secured on real property. And then so that's the fourth building block we're going to use. I'm going to just dig into private lending for a second. Why would people borrow private money? So why would you or I use private money? Why would we pay the extra fee? There's a extra premium, 12 to 15% you're going to pay for private money. Well, here's why I might use private money as an investor. Well, if I don't qualify, if I go to one of the big five banks, or I go to a institutional lending organization and they say, Michael, you don't qualify, I'm going to look towards private money. If the property doesn't qualify, if the bank says, no, we're not lending that property because it's a student rental, or because it's in bad shape, or it needs a big renovation, or whatever the reason is, I would go to private money in order to fund that. Required for short term. If I just need money, sometimes called a bridge loan or transactional financing for 30 days or 60 days to get my offer complete, then I might use private money to do that, because a bank generally doesn't want to give me a 30-day or 60-day mortgage. They want to give me a 1 to 5 year mortgage in Canada and a 30-year mortgage in the US. Higher loan to value. The bank's like 20% down, which is an 80% loan to value. I might not have 20% down. I might only have 10% down, which means I need a 90% loan to value, in which case I'm going to go look towards private money. To fund renovations, say I buy a property and the bank gives me the conventional financing or institutional financing, but now I need 50 grand to do the renovations, to increase the value, to flip it to myself. But the bank's not giving me any more money because it's only going 80% loan to value. That's where I can go to private money. Cash offers. Go to private money for this short-term financing, this short-term capital, so you can put in some cash offers, negotiate great deals, and then you pay it back as soon as you refinance the property. This is something that's really good in a really hot market. It generally doesn't need to happen as much in a market today, because sellers want to sell. Refinance property with a locked-in first mortgage or first lien. So you might have a property that's gone up in value, but that first mortgage is locked in and it's just too expensive to break it. But you want to access the additional capital, the additional wealth that's been created. That's where you can use private money. And consolidating credit cards. I know this sounds wild. Why would credit cards be part of real estate investing? Well, I've done a number of private lending deals where the borrower, I would be the lender. So the borrower, so if you're looking to borrow money, the borrower does something like this. They've increased the value of the home, but the bank will not let them refinance it at the bank rate, say 4 or 5% interest, until their credit cards are paid off. Say there's $30,000 in credit card debt. If they pay off that credit card debt, then their ratios work out and now they can get refinanced. So what I would do as a private lender, I would come in and I would lend them that $30,000 secured on the additional equity, because I will lend more than the banks will at a higher loan to value. They will use my money, pay off the credit cards, and then they will get refinanced with the bank, and then they pay me my money right back. So I would get a 12% fee, 12% interest, plus a little lender fee as well. So that's where borrowers will use private money, private lending as a building block. Now let's talk about the fifth building block, private equity. Private equity means that instead of a money provider giving you the money and you pay them an interest rate and you have a lien on the property, it's secured against the property, they give you the money and they actually become co-owners with you. They have equity in the property. Whenever you see the word equity, that means that they are owners, they have equity, they have an ownership stake in the property. So again, lending is they are lending you the money, they have a lien on the property, and you're paying them back an interest rate, and then you pay them back the money, but you still own the property 100%. Private equity is they're giving you the money and you're signing off a portion of equity in the property. In the business world, we might look at this like shares. You're giving them shares in the property, but it doesn't work out like that in real estate because you don't break up a property into shares. So these are your 5 building blocks. Every deal you do will be made up of these 5 ingredients. Just like every organism is made up of the 5 nucleotide bases in DNA, just like everything in the known universe is made up of the 94 or 95 elements in the periodic table, every deal you do will be made up of these 5 bases. So I'm going to show you how you can put these together. A little bit more on private equity. In the real estate world, we call this joint venture or joint venture partnerships. All right, private equity is the mechanism or the technical term, but in the practical terms, you're going to say I got a joint venture partner. That's somebody that's going to be a partner in a deal, or just I have a partner in the deal. If somebody lends you money, they're not your partner, they're the lender. They're not a partner because they don't own part of that deal. They don't own a part of that deal, they're not a partner. So if you have a partner, that means they have some equity. And so the reason this is so powerful is because this can be an unlimited source of capital. As long as you can always bring something to the table, as long as you can always offer something, there's other people that will offer the most abundant resource in the deal, which is money. The most abundant resource, I tell you, the easiest part is the money, because there's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars out there, but there's not trillions and trillions and trillions of people that know how to make a real estate deal work. So if you have a system and you know how you make a real estate deal work, you are the most valuable, rare resource, not the money. And then the money comes to you because the money wants to flow to the most valuable resource. So there's endless opportunities for deal structures. Here's an example of a typical joint venture partnership or private equity deal. You have 2 partners. One partner is called the working partner. One partner is called the money partner. The working partner does the work. The money partner provides the money. Very simple. It doesn't get more complicated than that. Now, when it comes to a working partner doing the work, you have to identify what type of work this person will do. Typically, they would be the property manager. They would perform or oversee the renovations. So if you're a good manager right now as a skill set, if you are a contractor, you would make a fantastic working partner that people would want to invest with you, alongside you, because you're bringing these things that they don't have, that they can't do. The working partner brings time. The working partner brings a system, brings a team. In the case of real estate at Keyspire, they bring a coach. So the working partner brings all these resources that the money partner does not have. And the money partner usually does 1 or 2 things. And these 2 things are the best if you can look over these 2 things. Number 1, they provide the money. So the down payment or the down payment plus the renovation. Number 2, they qualify for financing. Now, this depends on your situation. You might qualify for financing. Hey, I make $100,000 a year. I can get financing. I just don't have the $100,000 in cash to do the deal. So financing isn't a resource you need them to bring. It's the cash or capital. But if you're sitting there, you're like, I have no money for the down payment. I don't have the cash, and I can't get qualified for financing. I've tried. You're looking for a money partner that can both qualify and can bring the money. You might say, Michael, why the hell would somebody give me money? Well, it's very simple. You're providing something they don't have. That's the key. You have to walk away from this conversation thinking, what can I provide that they don't have? Those of you coming to the 3-day workshop, you're going to be just fine because you're going to have a system in place. And those of you that are coaching clients or going on to be coaching clients, you're going to be even more just fine because you're going to have the system and the coach, and you're going to have the courses, and you're going to have the team and all of that. That's what you bring to the table. The money partner doesn't have any of that, but they know real estate is going to be a better part of their portfolio. They know that a real estate deal could make them 25 or 30%. You're showing them that. Whereas in the stock market, their money is just sitting there at 4 or 5 or 6 or 7%, and it's super volatile. If there's a war, it changes. If something happens here, it changes. So you're bringing the best resource, the most valuable resource, which is the structure to get the deal done and make the money. So now let's capital stack these. Say there's a property of $500,000. We went through the system. We went through the funnel like Jazz and I showed you today. And we found this property and it's $500,000 and we put in an offer and we got the offer accepted, $500,000. Now you're like, woohoo, what do I do now? All right. What you would have done ahead of time is this activity right here. In our system, we make sure you know that 500,000 is your budget, and you know that how to capital stack that 500,000 before your offer gets accepted. If your offer gets accepted and you're figuring out your financing afterwards, then you're not going to get that offer. It's too late. You've just wasted your time. And we heard that example from our Thornhill sisters here. So if the property is $500,000, the question then is, how do I get to $500,000? How do I start from wherever I'm at today? Say it's zero. What if it's like Scott and I, negative 10,000? Say it's zero. How do I get to $500,000? So we're going to take these 5 building blocks, and I typically like to do this with Lego blocks when we're live, but it's a little more tricky here, so I'm going to do it with a slide deck. But if you could picture building blocks just like Lego blocks, and you got to get to 100%. So here's our chart. All right. Along the top, I have different colors for the building blocks: mortgage, cash, line of credit, private lending, and private equity. Along the vertical y-axis, we've got from 0 to 100% of the purchase price. So from 0 to 100% of $500,000. And along the bottom, I'm going to give you 8 different ways you can capital stack this deal, depending on your resources, depending on what you want to do in your business strategy, and essentially what's available to you. So capital stack number 1, 80% on a mortgage, 20% cash. This is the most common, the most well-known capital stack out there. This basically means you put 20% down and the bank gives you a mortgage for 80%. And that's where everyone should start. Look, the best deal you'll do as your first deal is if you put 20% down and the bank does 80%. You're going to have the cheapest, least expensive financing. You're going to have the least friction, and you're going to learn so freaking much off of one deal. Half of you tell me that you can't do this deal because you don't have enough capital or you can't qualify for financing. Half of you can do this deal. I know, because I know all of you from the entrance survey. So I know what you can do. Half of you can do this deal right now. Half of you can't. Well, what happens if you can't do this deal? We got to get that 20%. We got to get up to 100 from somewhere. So here's an example: is the bank will give you 80% loan to value. In scenario 2, let me back up. In scenario 2, you qualify for financing. You just don't have the cash. You qualify for financing. You just don't have the cash. Okay, so the bank gives you 80%, and you're going to come up with that 20% on another line of credit. Say you have an unsecured line of credit. I remember when my wife and I met, and when my wife moved in with me many years ago, her mail started coming to the house. And I remember she got an envelope from the Bank of Montreal or one of the banks, and she opened it. I was beside her opening the mail, and it's like, hey, you've been approved for a unsecured $10,000 line of credit. And she had the consumer mindset that most of us are trained with, and she had the risk averse mindset. She's like, I remember her saying like, "Ooh, no, thank you." She ripped it up. She's like, "No, thank you. I don't want to go into debt." I was like, "What are you doing? Stop. Don't rip that up. That's free. That's money that we have. Now we can use that money and we can use it for something like a down payment, or we can use it for something like a renovation. The bank gives you money. Do not go and use it to buy shoes or buy a vacation or buy a boat. Use it to invest. So that's one example. You guys probably you've all got this at some point. They used to send checks in the mail. I remember they used to send checks. It's like, you get a $10,000 line of credit and here's some line of credit checks so you can go into debt. Well, that's how the banks make money in consumer debt, but we're smarter than that. We use it for investor debt. So that's the line of credit. 80% mortgage, 20% line of credit. Well, Michael, what if I don't have a line of credit? I cannot get financing for the line of credit. So let's move on to the next one here. We would use private lending. So this is where one of those scenarios I went over with that private lending wheel that we teach at Keyspire. This is how private lending, this is where private lending would come in. You might be able to get a unsecured private lending line from someone like Money Mart. Have you heard of these like Money Marts and cash businesses? They will cash your paycheck and they'll also give you unsecured lending. So you might be able to get unsecured lending. You're going to pay for it, probably 30%. Because they have to make sure they build in a default rate. That's why unsecured lending, that's why credit cards are so expensive. 30% interest, because 50% of the people are, 40% of the people default. I don't know if it's 40%, but there's a large enough group of people that just never pay with unsecured lending that they have to charge a higher interest rate in order to cover all of that default. And it only works in an insurance type environment or like a credit card where you have 1,000 users and 50 of them are going to default, but the 950 that aren't are going to cover the costs. So let's look at the next scenario. Say you can't get private lending. Well, this is where you bring in a joint venture partner. The bank gives you 80%, and you're going to bring in a partner that's going to put the down payment. That's the example I gave in the previous slide. One partner puts in 20% for down payment, and the bank gives you 80%. That's how you can do a deal, and this is a no money down deal. The last three of these actually are no money down deals, not Joe money down deal, to be clear. You might get in a scenario where the bank says you don't qualify with 20% down, which is 80% loan to value. It's the opposite. But you will qualify for this $500,000 house at 60% loan to value. So the bank now in blue here gives you 60% loan to value. And now you've got to come up with 40%, but you've got capital building blocks, funding building blocks. You're going to get the 40% from a joint venture partner. You bring a joint venture partner in, they put in the 40, and the bank gives you the 60. Maybe you can't get a joint venture partner to give you 40. You can only get them to give you 20, but you also have this $20,000 or 20% line of credit. So the bank's going to give you 60. Your line of credit's going to cover 20, and the joint venture partner is going to cover 20. Now it's where it gets real fun because you can start stacking these building blocks and taking them like different pieces to get to the end goal we want, which is $100,000. So 100% of the deal funded. In this case, $500,000. Here's another example. The bank gives you 60% loan to value, which, by the way, if you go to the bank and they say no, they're always calculating at 80% loan to value. How many times have you asked them? Think about it. How many times have you said, okay, calculate it at 60% loan to value, see if my ratios work? It's going to change things very differently. Almost, I don't know how many times, but there's a portion of times where they're going to say, oh yeah, it works at 60% loan to value. Now you could buy this property. The bank's going to give you 60%. Over half of the money is coming from the bank. Now you got to use your funding building blocks to find the other 20. In this case, you're going to use two private lending sources. One private lender, another private lender. Or you could use two private equity partners. One equity partner, another equity partner. So you can use two different partners. Eric Martin says, yeah, ask the bank, how much will you lend me? This is one of the first things we do, Eric, is we say, okay, let's come up with the total amount that you could buy. We'll call it your investment budget. So if you can only invest $500,000, if your capital stack maxes out at $500,000, then part of our searching for a market with you is going to be, let's find markets that are $500,000 or more. There's no point in looking downtown Toronto or downtown Vancouver if you have $500,000 capital stack. We're going to find markets that align with a $500,000 capital stack. Because we asked the question, Eric, how much will you lend me to the bank? So these are just 8 capital stacks. these are unlimited. You can do as many capital stacks as you want. You just have to have the 5 building blocks and continue to be creative, continue to move them around. Scott and I, what we did is we had 80% from the bank, and then we had 10 green and 10 green. So we both put in, sorry, no, we put 5% down. We had 95 from the bank. Okay. So if this blue line, mine and Scott's first deal, 95 came from the bank, and 2.5 and 2.5 to make up that 5% down came from Scott and I. So we got 2.5 and 2.5. That was private equity. We were 50-50 partners, and we put in 50% of the money and did 50% of the work. It's a 50-50 joint partnership. Where did we get the money? We got it from unsecured lending. Unsecured lending, called the student loan. Student loan gave us unsecured lending. It was secured on nothing, government program. And we used that money to put our 50-50 private equity in. We bought the property. We increased the value. So now the equity goes up without the mortgage going up, without the principal amount going up. Now we did something really cool, which is for a conversation for another day as we wrap here. We did something called flipping to yourself. You're going to learn this at the 3-day workshop. We did flipping to yourself, where we managed to pull out that value we created. We got cash in our pocket while we maintained control and ownership of the property. And that property paid us for at least a decade of cash flow and wealth increase. We refinanced, we flipped it to ourselves multiple times and kept pulling out money. What did we do with that money? Did we buy a boat? Did we go on a fancy vacation? No, we bought the next property. We did it again and bought the next property. What we want to teach you here is a repeatable system that you can take it away and you don't need us anymore. After your 6-month coaching term, you shouldn't need us anymore. You should just be doing it. And you're just in the inner circle in our community, always learning. So stop asking, where do I get the money? Ask, is this deal a good deal? Find a good deal and the money will come to you. Who would benefit from this opportunity? And how do I structure a win-win? Those are the questions you need to ask. I want to shift your thinking. Hopefully your thinking today has been shifted from a consumer to an investor. Never ask, can I afford this? Ask, does the deal work? Do you think anyone can afford a $50 million deal, a $500 million deal, a $1 billion deal? Those investors don't ask if they can afford it. They say, do the economics of the deal work? Because if the economics work, money flows to you because money wants to make money. So we're going to teach you how to think about it in terms of, does this deal work? And then we get the funding. Consumers think about the monthly payment. Oh, monthly payment, monthly payment. Investors think, what's my return on investment? I know I got a monthly payment, but is my income greater than that? Consumers think about risk avoidance. How can I avoid risk and just sit in my basement and do nothing? How can I sit at home and do nothing? Is a consumer thinking. Investors think, how can I manage my risk and mitigate risk? How can I accept that risk is part of life, and how can I lower it with systems? That's what investors think. At the 3-day workshop, we do things like this. We practice through case studies. So here's a case study that comes from one of our actual events, so that you're not just learning from a book. You're getting case studies. You are learning Harvard Business School style. When I went to Harvard Business School for the real estate course, all we did was case studies like this. And I've brought the methodology to Keyspire. So you're going to get a case study of a fictitious person. You're going to get a property exactly like you'd see out there in the world. And you're going to work through exactly what to do. So here's an example of, here's an example of how we're going to work through it with you. We're going to bring you step by step. We're going to circle the important parts. We're going to do the math right there. We are going to show you. So when you're out there in the real world, you have been through this over and over again. Please do not do this alone, because I know that when we walk you through this, you are infinitely more powerful as a real estate investor. Here's another, this is the case study. This is the actual math we're doing as a group. So this is our information session, Find and Fund Real Estate Secrets. I hope you enjoyed this information. Please make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, Scott's YouTube channel, and Keyspire to get more information. But information only takes you so far. If you want the education, which is part of what I showed you, you're going to go to the workshop. Make sure you scan that QR code and get over to that workshop right now. If you want implementation, you're going to apply for coaching. You're going to apply to have a one-on-one coach to walk you through this, and you're going to apply to be part of our community. So that's it. It's a proven process. We've been doing this for 16 years now at Keyspire. We've done it in Canada and the US. And I'm very proud of the system and the team and the amazing members and clients that we have that have stuck with us over the years. Thank you, all of you. And thank you, everyone who's stuck with us for this day. Here we are. I'll keep that QR code up there. Here we are wrapping our day. 4 hour, almost 4.5 hours, no breaks. You guys did amazing. Everyone, pat yourself on the back. Those of you that are still here that made it through the day. Oh, let's give our free gifts. That's what we got to give. We got a couple free gifts. Let's drop them in the chat, both in Zoom here, in YouTube, wherever else we're streaming. Team, if you can put those in the chat as we wrap. We got 2 free gifts for you here in the chat. But thank you, everyone, for being here. You did great work. This is not easy. It's not easy. It might be beautiful where you live. It's not easy to sit through something like this all day and to listen. But I promise you, if you continue staying engaged, like Jazz said, if you continue to show up, starting with the workshop, you will do great things. You can do great things. You will do great things. So thank you for being here. I hope to see you again. I will be at that workshop. So those of you that are coming, I will see you there. Scott pops by the workshop, so we'll both be there, but Steven is the star of the show. He is going to show you end-to-end working through these deals. All right, we got the chat. We'll answer questions if we can. And thank you, everyone, for an amazing, amazing time together. I really appreciate you being here and what you've done. Until next time, have an amazing rest of the day, and we'll see you at the workshop. Bye, everyone.
Put it into practice. I took action. It was extremely uncomfortable, but I had to really get comfortable being uncomfortable, and it paid off. I got my first property, and I haven't stopped since. It's addictive. I am continuing to grow my portfolio. It makes the biggest difference if you take action. Invest in yourself. Get educated. That education gives you that confidence to take the next step and the next step, and next thing you'll be at the top of the staircase, and you just wonder how you got there, just by the small steps that you take.
My first time experiencing Keyspire, I was like, aha, this is the group that I need to be part of because they're doing it. These are the people who know what they're talking about and who I can learn from. It opened a whole world of possibilities for me. Before that, I wanted to invest in real estate. I didn't know how. I was like one of those people watching Scott's show, Income Properties, and all I wanted to do is having a house as an income suite. That was the ceiling of my dreams. But coming to the Keyspire event basically showed me that I can dream bigger, and it's not just a crazy idea. I can actually achieve those things. It may sound scary to do this investment, but always think that you're investing in yourself. This is the best investment that you can make, is to invest in yourself, because there is a whole world out there full of possibilities and things that you don't even know are possible for you. You are in charge of those decisions, and this can be the decision that makes it for you. You just think about the future that you want to build for yourself, for your family, and this can be your way in. So invest in yourself.
To my past self or to new investors, I would say what you have to do is just keep learning and follow paths that give you joy and excitement, and ask a lot of questions. Be really patient with yourself. Do not compare yourself to other people's success. Just keep going, and every day take that step. It doesn't matter how small it is or how afraid you are. Just keep taking the step, because you're doing something new. You're learning how to do something new, and it's going to be uncomfortable. but there's a community here that will help you and work with you and just keep networking and meeting people and going to events, Zoom or live, and just keep doing it.
I was absolutely blown away with the return on investment. I was absolutely impressed with the information that I was learning. You get the value for your money. That workshop, the information to help us to actually move ahead, and then spoke to a strategist, and I have to say I love that Scott and Michael are Canadian. So there was a level of trust there and credibility. That weekend, you gave so much value for those 3 days, so much so I watched it again. I was you. I was sitting there thinking this can't be right. They're saying things just to sell, and I have to tell you, I'm all about integrity, trust, and honesty. And I was, like a lot of people, nervous and trepidatious, wondering, is this the right decision? And I just knew it was the right thing. I bought my first property within 3 months. I still have that property, and I've been going strong ever since. It was the best decision I ever made.
We were sitting there for 5 years, stagnant, collecting rent. We had one property, and we had no path to the next step. Since we took the 3-day workshop, it opened up so many different avenues that we hadn't even considered. There's so many different ways to grow our portfolio and get deeper into real estate without making mistakes. We might have taken 20 years to learn 10th of what we learned from that.